Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and hello to everyone all around the world. From us at Double Productions, we are here to bring you Squid Junction number 60. I'm Lily Gravybread, you can just call me Lily, and I'm here with Manaphy, and we'll be taking you through the first half of this tournament. Manaphy, how are you today?
I'm doing great today. Been like a long week, I would say, but I'm here to. This is my first time ever commentating Squid Junction, and I'm happy to be here today. Um, I've also noticed some teams that are in this tournament as well. I'm very excited, and this is actually going to be an exciting matchup, Lily. We got Overtime versus Eggshells. I know a little bit about Overtime, but not as much as far as I know about the Overtime versus Alliance Moon thing that they did for IPL. Shout outs to them. But Eggshells on the other side, though, because I'm very familiar with Eggshells because I commentated them before. BB is really recognizable because I've played with them before and I played against them. Everybody individually on Eggshells I pretty much recognize on the other hand here. So yeah, excited to see these teams they brought to the table here into this tournament in the first round.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I feel like Overtime and Eggshells, having been around for a while, and I've been excited watching how Overtime has been going, both in low level now, coming up into.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited. So like, I want to see what the
Yo.
I don't see the P leader here. Like,
Oh.
not using the. I believe they're not even. Is P leader even playing? Because I had to look like double check on the roster. But we're starting off on zones on Hacklefish, Lily.
Yeah, Zone Tacklefish, this is always like a great pick in terms of just being able to see what these teams can do in terms of their fighting power. And I have to say, one interesting weapon of choice is the Dread Ringer, which already has a Reef Slider ready to go this early on in the game. My goodness, how much special charge are you running on that thing? This is going to be Eggshells actually still holding this first cap. As we can see, Overtime's trying to take this back already with the help of that Zuka, of course, seeing if they can get some traction going for themselves.
Absolutely, and the inkjet using that pedestal right there definitely helps them to still keep able to use zone. And I made a little bit of a mistake because I mixed up with the different colors because since I'm used to like the orange and blue, I don't know what people call it, but I'm always on color lock on. But it looks like Overtime trying to neutralize the zone, so they do keep it for now. They lost the pencil player on the side of Eggshells, and now the rapid, and it's just the shot player left alive now. So not too much of like what's really happening into this match here. So like this is a back and forth. Also, the Dread Ringer, really a surprising pick because like I would love to see some really surprising picks like the Dread Ringer, and I feel like has been really doubting on this weapon. But like, I mean, I think it's fun for especially if you're like using the cheese strategy of like using Reef Slider zone cap instant. As you can see, the Reef Slider like that. There you go. They pop the Reef Slider and instant cap the zone. Like, there you go.
Yeah. Perfect timing, and that is still going to be that zone being held with, followed up by this inkjet, of course, just to help them move forward, hopefully. But that crab tank is going to be throwing a bit of a spanner in the works there, I think, getting a little bit of damage. They're going to have to find a way back in because they've lost that zone at the moment. All players are still up, but they've got to be really careful about losing someone like that, like the Squeezer here. Let's see if we can see the result of this fight happening. Does look like the Dread Ringer still showing its super capable at actually fighting those 1v1s like that. I played a little bit of Dread Ringer and Opens the other day, and I was kind of surprised by how fun it was, how powerful I felt, just like camping under those ledges like we're seeing here, and keeping a good distance against the other team, still being able to be a very, very strong force as a weapon with 90 damage in one shot, pretty much.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Dread Ringer is just one of those weapons. It doesn't look like as good as you think, but when you're playing it as like it's for fun, I definitely could see just like Dread Ringer as just a fun weapon that you could really play like around with, and that's just like how I see how that the player from Overtime is like playing with it right now.
Oh, Eggshells has actually gone 3 players down here, so this is going to be Overtime, still continuing their lead. They have to get through these penalty points first, though, and just making sure they have enough players down on the other side just to hold this, but it does look like Eggshells is still going to be inching their way forwards. I do believe with 2 players down on the side of Overtime here, and looking to get a few more picks. Do manage to get one on Bubbles, and it does look like actually Eggshells might be making a pretty strong comeback if they can keep keep this tempo up.
Yeah, BB here on the squeezer, which, you know, BB is a squeezer one trick, and, you know, really very confident with this pick because they don't play nothing but the squeezer, and I like how they're really playing and the positioning how they play squeezer and able to get some picks right there. Just really help them to like find and save the game right there. And there you go. Oh no, that was Soko right there. Soko trying to find some picks here. So but Soko needs to get out of there because like they're in a really bad spot right now. So like but so far, this is just only a minute left though, because like this is so much like an even game right now. Because like I really want to see more out of Eggshells to like really much push up there. Because like if they're getting all the picks that they need, I think this could also give them the lead too.
Yeah, I think so. We're seeing how far up ahead they are. They have been cooled as well, so every death that like happens on their side isn't going to be like that badly punished for them, considering. But you also got to consider the Dread Ringer coming out once again with that Reef Slider just to cap that zone. That's going to be applying those penalty points back, and to add insult to injury, that's 3 players having gone down on the side of Eggshells as well. Overtime still hanging on to their lead in the last 30 seconds. Things could pretty much just be a clear victory for them if they just hold what they have, making sure that what's happening here?
Yeah, there were just so much. We couldn't really get a good angle of it, but the squeezer went down, and then there was just a big fight that we couldn't really see an angle. So now this is Eggshell's turn because they need to keep the zone if they want to force this as an overtime because this time's running out. But that's 2 members down outside the Eggshells though. But the Dread Ringer is down, the squeezer is down, and it's still the zone on Eggshells. Can they still keep this alive? Yes, they can. Eggshells is still using their whole entire members there left alive. They're trying their best and they can't do it. Overtime takes game 1.
Overtime taking game 1 in overtime, I think is pretty fitting for their name as well. But you know what if that's a game 1? I love seeing a good back and forth zones game, especially with not too much of the Reef Slider cheese. I don't think. I think that was tasteful Reef Slider cheese. I gotta say that was tasteful. A tasteful pick with Dread Ringer for sure, and a very tasteful first game as well. I gotta say from both teams. I liked hearing what you were talking about regarding the Squeezer's positioning, because I know that like Squeezer is such a strong weapon at the moment, considering the amount of range it has, even though it has been nerfed. And I know that like some of my friends have been saying, "Oh, I can't believe I have like 41 shots instead of 45 in the single fire trigger mode." But still, just goes to show how powerful that weapon can be with those who spend a lot of time with it as well. Because being able to get like picks that consistently for that amount of time as well, I think was also pretty much key to any victory in splat zones, where the real big important thing is being able to keep up the fight, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Even though despite all of those nerfs that the Squeezer has gotten, I feel like it's still a very strong weapon in particularly, and I don't think those nerfs really hurt the weapon itself really. It's like you can sort like as long as like you have like the right mindset and how like as you pointed out before, you spend so much time on the weapon, it's like it gets the case to that because I know BB closely that plays Squeezer and I've seen them how they played. It's just like this is just the right weapon for them. Like this is the right one. Like I'm not gonna change to anything. That's just like the right direction that they really want to play. So again, despite the nerfs, I think it's still a very strong weapon for a spite of Squeezer. Nothing else to really change on that. So yeah, it's a really strong weapon.
Yeah, it is absolutely. We'll be going into the second game, however, which is actually Rainmaker, this time on Scorched Gorge. This is going to be fun, I reckon. This is going to be a good one. Scorched Gorge. You do have the middle of the map, which can take a little bit of while to get going sometimes, and always find like getting around those first points to be a bit funky. But we're seeing the double V-Shot, Pencil, and Dread Ringer comp coming out from the side of Overtime, which I think is pretty interesting. You know, Dread Ringer being the most interesting one, but the double V-Shot, you know, perhaps is more standard than interesting. But with the amount of weapon variety you get, especially in the front lines at the moment, having double V-Shot, kind of vanilla, but you know, maybe it's worth mentioning. You do get all those Zukas to play around with, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hopefully we're not dealing with the like just all double Zuka meta kind of like that with just double shot. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. You gotta really play what you really thinking that you have to play. But Eggshells having 3 members down already, so Overtime already able to take all of this control of mid here, and it's just only the Squeezer trying to hold up to their first checkpoint. Restarted just get taken. They do get the lead for now, but they're not going to be able to get the checkpoint on the side of Overtime. So that's going to be 3 members down. So it's only this shot player left alive. So now isn't in control for Eggshells here. So like this is not a bad start, but I mean no one has really able to get the checkpoint.
Ooh.
But that's going to be a double on the Zuka here. Are they going to able to get the pencil? But oh my gosh. Oh, they were so close. I don't know if you saw that right there, but they almost got that pencil player. That would have been really very hype because that was just really, really good Zuka by one of the members, by Eggshells.
Yeah, actually, no, that pencil player was doing pretty good at that short range, I gotta say, just to be able to get rid of any like unwelcome members of the other team right up in their face like that. And also pretty good on the defense there, but you know, they still managed to lose the early lead that they got. That's still only they're still in the first checkpoint though, so they've got a little while to go, and they've got a bit of paint on the ground leading up in the other direction as well. We can see Melomania here trying to get some work happening by at least making those ledges here far too dangerous for anyone on Eggshells to really defend from, but that is going to be a couple of players down on the side of Overtime here, so this might be a push that they might not want to take just yet.
Yeah, honestly, what a, like, no one really, I don't think Overtime was really aware of that Zuka flank right there, and Yuma was able to get that pick right there. So, so far we're only trying to see like a couple of fights, and then after that moment, it's just like, it's very just neutral back into the mid. But it's only just the dually player left alive on the side of Eggshells for now. But they're trying to play a little bit defensively. They do get the Rainmaker, but the dually players does go down. An unfortunate suction bomb by Yuma.
When the suction bomb just like explodes right behind you, that's always a heartbreaking moment.
Yeah, that's always a good... Yeah, exactly. It's like, you have those moments, even if you die to a bomb that you see, it's either behind you, don't see it. We have those kind of moments like that. Like, all to the viewers and to the stream, all the viewers. It's happened to most of us.
Absolutely. It does look like a lot of fights are actually breaking out here. 2 players down on either side. We've pretty much gone right back to neutral at the moment, and this game can go any direction right now. It does look like we're trying to see Melomini here forcing this jump out actually on BB, having to reposition in order to get anything done here. They do manage to use that as an opportunity to pick up the Rainmaker as well. They really need to get this first checkpoint. Does manage to, but it's going to be up. It's going to really depend on how they play out in the rest of this map, because getting a push, especially in this like little downhill, you can kind of run some points through there, but anything further can be very difficult as there's so much high ground. There's so many great spots to defend from once you get over there. With 3 players having gone downside at Overtime, I don't think they're going to be getting it just yet, but they've still got all of mid that they haven't lost yet, even though Eggshells had the numbers advantage all through that defense there. So this could be quite interesting, I think.
Yeah, and despite that, it's only a minute left, Lily. It's like, this is like very, very close results here as we're seeing here. So like, there's 3 specials already on Overtime. Reef Starter has been pulled. Nothing has really, I think it only does get 1, but I don't think they're going to find any more value out of it, because Eggshells are being pressured by the members of Overtime right now, because this is really looking rough for Eggshells, and looks like Overtime's going to get lead for now, but they're going to get more points as they can. It's only going to be 2v2 now, and it's only, they're still like, they get killed by the Rainmaker barrier. Unfortunate of timing right there. And that's only, so now Eggshells need to really bring this back, but the only winning condition, you can only do Eggshells. You have to find the members that are most valuable, because like, if you get all the members like the shots or maybe the Dreadringer, you have to find the most valuable target. Who is the most threat? This is like your only chance now. 2 members down are left alive on Overtime now, so it's only just gonna be Eggshells trying to run it here. So it's only we're gonna go right into Overtime now, Lily. This is really looking scary now. If I were Overtime, the pencil player does go down now. This is actually huge for Eggshells now. Zuka's already been popped. They have to get this lead. This is not a really good lead for overtime. They need to get the picks for eggshells if they want to get this lead, but it looks like it's not going to happen. And overtime will take this game.
Oh, wow. It does look like with overtime taking game 2 in overtime once again. This time,
Absolutely.
overtime taking game 2 in overtime once again. Eggshells will be moving into losers bracket at this point. But, watching what was happening in those final moments there, I could see what overtime was doing with the Zookas, just trying to force eggshells to not be able to pick up the Rainmaker at all just by firing directly at it. But I think they were just patient enough. Eggshells were just patient enough just to find exactly the right opening, ducked behind that cover right there, that they managed to stay alive just for that much longer. And that's when like overtime just had to work to be able to get their Zuka back again, which ultimately got them what they wanted by the end. But I think it just took a little bit longer than what overtime really wanted there. I gotta say, I liked once again seeing the Dreadringer, and I want to talk a little bit about how the Dreadringer was really doing fantastic for overtime at being able to create some space for them to actually move through past that first checkpoint when they did manage to actually push over there, not just by painting, because Dreadringer for a bucket, fantastic paint output. It's got such a fantastic paint output. You can create some like nice little paths for yourself, for other plays as well. And of course, like if you're running 2 shots and a pencil, that's a huge amount of paint that Eggshell's gonna have to deal with. It's just gonna make them have to work harder at getting through and like prevent their movement just that little bit more.
Absolutely. Yeah, the Dreadringer, as you said, does create a lot of space, and you have the Reslider that could really just pull in to just just go all in and then just go for it and try to find some kind of valuable to like use for it. And now that we're really seeing some Dreadringer into this patch, which I believe this is 6.1. I'm not sure the actual like patch note because I did reach the patch notes, but I believe there was no changes on the Dreadringer, which I feel like as of right now, we're seeing. I do like some of these surprising weapons, like Dreadringer, because I'm a big fan of the bucket
Hmm.
class, and I love the bucket class. Definitely one of my favorites out of that. And yeah, as you also pointed out, that the Dreadringer and then the double shot and pencil, they definitely do have enough paint. Also, they have an advantage of range as well, as I want to also point that out too, because eggshells, they were running like more shorter range comp and they were playing an aggro comp, which it didn't really work into their favor as much because they were getting really punished by the Dreadringer, and Dreadringer was able to find like some valuable picks on the members of Eggshells, and the shot players are also doing a fantastic job of keeping paint and keeping the control, also getting those picks as well. It was just a big advantage for overtime, just having all of that resources that they got.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you were mentioning aggro, having 2 V shots, of course. Even though buckets and stuff, they're great at fighting. They're probably one of the best slayers, best weapons at slaying, along with like probably blasters, 52 cal as well. But having a couple of shots there right up in your face, that can be super annoying if you got some really good aggro players with fantastic mechanics as well. So that, in addition to being able to space out the other team with those longer range weapons like the Dreadringer, etc., always fantastic. Anyway, we'll be going to a break before we go to round 2. So don't go anywhere for too long. We'll be back shortly.
everyone, and welcome back to Squid Junction 60. I am here with Lily here. We're actually going to get another exciting matchup here, Lily, which I believe this is a pickup team from... It's going to be that team versus Healthy Diet Food Groups. And I actually have not seen this team in a while, and I'm actually surprised that they're making an appearance again, which, you know, Eevee, Stan, and I believe... I'm not sure if the Kelp I'm talking about is either the support player or the heavy player, because I get mixed up with people a lot when it comes to, like, they have similar names.
Yeah, well, these are very recognizable players, of course, and Dakin actually going to be bringing... You're talking about buckets before. We're actually seeing two buckets here, Slusher and Explo.
That is an Explo, and a Bamboo on the side of healthy diet groups too. Like, this is insane. Bamboo making an appearance.
This is cool. This is really cool. I love seeing these two teams in particular. It does look like two players from Healthy Diet Food Groups have gone down at the moment. That's three in another one. That's
what?
What did you just see? That was a wipeout.
What?
Well, you know, that just goes to show how good these weapons are, especially these buckets you were saying before.
That was just that was just the quickest wipeout ever right there.
I love it, but of course, this is also a very small map that you're dealing with, especially in these first 40 points on the score. It does look like those pretty quickly passed, not even a minute into the game yet. Healthy Diet Food Groups has to make a comeback and has to make it fast. This game is going so quickly that I'm going to have to be just like talking as quick as I can at the moment, but I did want to say, I think the Bamboo, with the special that you have, is pretty good here because of the small narrow areas you're gonna have to be working through as well. I think it's a good way to get people out of those like very narrow positions that you can get in order to be really useful here and have to like really work your way out of there. Anyway, my goodness, this is a close game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like we already seen, and yeah, you were talking about the Bamboo. I could also see Bamboo also being played here as well, particularly in zones too, of how much it has. Like, it could also get the special also quick enough. Also the auto bomb to like move some space from the other team too. It's like all of these resources that they're most of these teams are trying to create some ideas with different weapons we haven't seen in a while. So it's like it's been really fantastic, really fantastic. And you see Riku here, you know, trying to make some movements with the shot player, and they were so close to dying right there, but they like try to keep their distance away from not dying. But it looks like it's just a really starting close game, and we're only 3 minutes in. Like, hey Lily here, it's like been 3 minutes, and it's like we're already seeing this intense fight.
Yeah, I know, this is ridiculous. Actually, considering it's a 5-minute start, this has been 2 minutes, I think. We're going into the 3rd minute at the moment. But I also want to mention, you know, I'm loving seeing this rain come out, especially since the buff. This is also going to be helping any weapon that's not a shooter to actually be able to have that healing buff when you take fights in the middle of it. We're seeing these fantastic slusher picks as well from Riku here. Looking for another one, getting an assist at the very least. Just being able to clear out any flanks that might possibly be happening here. Oh my goodness, being able to get them in the sky like that, the zip caster, that's a difficult thing to get, I think.
That was just a shutdown cancel by I think that was Rigo that got the kill. I wasn't really too sure, but oh my god. And yeah, you talking about the Inkstorm that it got the buffs and then it heals. Like, I'm happy to see like Inkstorm also being used into this patch now, and how buffs it really got and how much you could really use. Like, you know, a lot of people are bringing out the Nautilus, of course, which is the most standard for Inkstorm, which I'm also seeing some Expo as well, some Expo enjoyers that like it. And honestly, to me, I don't think the Explo, like, the kit is not that bad, but you know, how people are doubting just the weapon in general. But like, I'm actually seeing some successful with the comp itself, as well as like, you know, how you really want to play this weapon, and just knowing your position that you can really do. You got Point Sensor, and you got the Inkstorm. This is just like, it also kind of really fits for the Explo as well.
Yeah, I think it's also a pretty smart pick for this particular map mode because of like how like compressed everything feels here. The limited option, well, not really limited options in movement, but where you do move to, you're pretty like it's pretty tight all the way through. I think we're seeing just fantastic pick after pick here. We almost saw a knockout actually earlier from that team, but HD Food Groups is still being able to make a comeback here and still holding on to the zone. They've got a lot of work to do in these last 45 seconds. Not only do they have to get through these penalty points, but also they have to force back that team who we've been seeing being able to actually consistently get some very good picks, especially with their double bucket class comp. But with those 3 players going down, HD Food Groups might be able to actually make their presence known and hold them back just for long enough. Let's see if they can do that here now.
Absolutely, and I also want to highlight too when Eevee was able to just shark there and able to get the pick on the Expo, that was just also very huge and give up enough time for them to like get rid of that penalty and able to try to get the zone, because like 5 seconds left on the timer, so it's going to be straight to overtime. As soon as, I hope I don't say as the commentator's curse, but they still have the zone for the food groups now, so it's going to be close. Only 2 members left alive, and it's going to be game now. A really great comeback from Health Diet Food Groups. They're taking game 1 here in round 2.
Yeah, this has been a fantastic game 1 once again, you know. Seeing Healthy Diet Food Groups and that team kind of playing, in my opinion, kind of similarly, just being able to make the sides around both of those, or around the zone on both sides. We've seen some very, very interesting fights happen there. Very interesting fights, being able to pick off any isolated player they see there. Especially some great movement, especially we've seen from, I believe it was Riku on the Slosher, the vanilla Slosher there, and also the Stamper on Healthy Diet Food Groups as well. But my goodness, another overtime win in zones? I feel like we're just going to be seeing overtime wins game after game, because that's all we've been seeing so far. But anyway, what did you think in terms of like how those like weapon comps actually turned out, and especially towards the end, how they were able to hold back that team from retaking as well?
Absolutely. Like, I like the comp that team were definitely holding off to, especially like you got all the resources. You got the Expo that could really do a lot of poking, and then you have the Slosher that could really play a really very aggressive, and then you got a Bomb that's very lethal too. Despised of like how much they were doing that game, honestly, it wasn't too bad for them. I think they were also just getting punished by other of the members, especially the Expo was also getting punished by, as you that also like saved them the game, and they were able to take that win. On the side of food groups, you know, we're not even gonna talk about Stan, because like he's like the only player that can only just play Stamper, and that's literally it, like nothing else. But on the other side though, like despite of their comp, I think this also works to the favor. They just have to mostly play around on Stan because of how much he has been very successful as a player himself, as a Stamper player too. It's like he's been in SOS, he's been in Squid Junction before. These just like high level tournaments that he's been on. This is just like he wants to play Stamper. He's very comfortable on it, and he wants to like show how he can really perform on the Stamper himself. So it's like you see all these players, you know, work and all the dedication that they're doing to prove how they are doing in these tournaments. This is just like all the work they have done, all the practice, the dedication, everything that they've done. This is what like it's like here today, because like all these teams are like very strong here in Squid Junction 60, Lily. Like I looked at all the teams, very, very strong teams in this tournament right now.
Oh yeah, I was looking at the teams as well earlier, and I'm like super excited seeing like teams like both the ones that we're seeing right now actually, but also teams like Nightmare, Project Rat, and like others. Secret Elixir's there as well, you know, Orchid Balestra. Lots of fantastic teams here. But we are going into the next match now, which, you know, we're actually seeing Heavy Deco coming, of course, for the Kraken. But actually, that kid playing Heavy Deco there, Riku's going to be sticking to the Sloshy here. And on the other side, Stan swapping over to the Crab Stamper. And they will also be playing the T-Tech and V-Shock combo here, as well as retaining their Bamboo. So a nice variety of specials they've got on their side. But it's still going to be HD Food Groups that I think is going to be trying to at least clear them out of mid first. Let's see who can actually take, because HD Food Groups did lose a player here, and that team might be able to make get a little bit of a push going. They can just survive that. Oh, it does look like they actually lose a couple of players, so a little bit of back and forth before we get any real headway going.
Yeah, absolutely. Like this one is the very start of there's just back and forth as you pointed it out, and despite that, Crab Leg is one of those maps. It's like, we want to play a little bit slow here and just try to take some like space and like taking those grades too, because like those grades can be very critical, especially if you lose mid control and that top left of yours. Like, you could be in very danger if you don't, like, respond to that. Like, I was also watching the tournament on Picnic, specifically. I don't know if you watched the Picnic tournament with the high-level teams, but, like, I saw this particularly, and Zero pulled off the miracle to just, like, on the top left, sharking there. No one was, like, aware of that. That just saved them the game in overtime. This like could be something like that. That just was so good, like very critical for them, like the other team, and Zero was able to win that. But yeah, as far as like we're looking at right now, Lily, food groups are taking so much. As I said before, that top left there is so going to be very hard for the other team to just deal with that, of how much of them are like taking that control.
Yeah, absolutely. And seeing the crab actually being able to create that space for them as well, it does look like, however, they kind of lost everything. They only managed to get one power clam in, so not exactly what you want. With all of that work having been done already, it does look like Rick was trying to look for a pick, managing to get one there. That kid is going to be providing at least a little bit of space and some jumps in to help them get a bit of a lead. On top of that, they have lost a couple of players, so they might not be able to get anything. They force out that jump in response. HD food groups are in another good position to be able to keep up this forward aggression. We're seeing the crab tank once again. They really got to stop Stan from getting right up there, because this is one crab tank you do not want to have to be dealing with right up in your face like that. It does look like manages to get out Riku as well. It's pretty much the one player, the one weapon that can actually threaten a crab tank up there as well from low ground. It does look like this is just going to be helping them actually continue that push forward. And with two players down, once again, they can easily take the lead and continue to win these fights as well. Not the position you want to be on if you are that team.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Like, and this has also been a back and forth game also, and despite that team is already just having one member left alive, and there was not, also from the side of health diet food groups, didn't have not enough claims, because they think they can get more, but like they had to move back to mid now, because like this is our only priority to like go, because they didn't have enough clams left in them. So despite that, we're only minute and 30 seconds left into the timer right now, so despite how this game is going, I feel like this is still going to be very close.
Yeah, it could definitely be close, but I have a feeling that Healthy Diet Food Groups is likely going to be able to find some hits here just from sharking. Does look like only Dat Kid's going to go down from that, and they do lose two players, so it was a risky move, but, it potentially just slowed them down enough going to this last minute that they don't have to worry too hard about losing mid, which potentially could have happened if they were losing too many players off the back of that play as well. It does look like that team's like slowly trying to get back in, but they haven't quite found the opening yet, and perhaps with these strikes they might actually be able to do something.
Oh, unfortunate whale to get out of there, but Bamboo player does go down. It's only 30 seconds left on the timer. That team, they need to make some kind of movement here, because this is very neutral of in the mid of the map right now. So they need to like start having grabbed all those specials ready to go, and it's not really looking good right now, because you already see the members of food groups already taking the members out from that team. So like this is still going to be an overtime though, because they do have the power clones on the side of that team now. So this is going to be one of those moments that they have to make. But you already see Stan. I don't know if you see an angle from that team, and you see that kid already at the base. They're trying to get some jumps here, but I don't know if it's really going to be enough. They have to keep this going. That kid does get one. They need to get the other clams in. They got the clams in. I am so like losing my mind right now. All the clams are being passed over, and they're still trying to keep this basket going. Can this still be on like a hero play from that kid? But it's not going to be enough. Unfortunate. Like I like.
That was.
Oh, that was so close. Like, I want to also highlight of like how close that was, because like I don't think it was going to be enough clamps as far as I'm like counting the math. You know, I don't like doing math, but like, if like, I think it was like slightly almost to like a lead there, and they just didn't have enough power clamps to like throw into the like enemy's basket. But I did like how that kid was already just up there and able to get a pick just to try to save the game for once a little bit. But again, there was not enough follow up because he already saw the members of food groups already at their base trying to just not let him out and then grab those power claims. It just like it was just like a fight into the base.
Yeah. That's always like really hard. We did see how well HD food groups were able to HD food groups actually were able to do that, but that's off the back of like being able to set up all of your team. I believe it was HD food groups. They're the ones that they were the one with the crab tank, right? Unless I'm mistaken.
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they were the one with the crab tank. Like we saw in their second push, the one where they managed to get that lead that they held up until the end. I think the real difference there is that even though you can, like as that team were trying to do at the very end, cheese those clowns in with the Kraken, still being able to get a pick here and there as well, which is fantastic. Because like I see teams often like try to do that, managing to get like a clam in or two clams in, but then all 3 or 4 of them would just be like picked off immediately, and that would be the end of that push. It would be over in the blink of an eye. But actually, I think like what really helped HD food groups is just knowing that once they have their crab tank set up, once they have their strike set up, once they have like the actual space to move around, then you're not worried too much about scoring or fighting because you continually have the advantage there, which you lose out on if you do play for crack and cheese. Of course, crack and cheese, you know, you can like it can work in overtime. It can work in overtime. I'm not a huge fan of it because, you know, I still think there are some downfalls to it, I think, you know, but
no,
it works well enough
agree.
that it's cheesy. It's a way to cheese the mode.
Absolutely. Like, it just really going on to the really depending on how the really matchup does go, I would say, probably. Like, if you don't have the enough numbers to stop that Kraken, I feel like you would probably be in a bad position, as you saw, because, like, I think it was that kid that was able to get a pick there, but they weren't, because the fact that that kid was trying their best to, like, try to get those jumps, it just wasn't enough for them, and I think healthy diet food groups was able to just jump back to their base and to try to stop the members from getting those jumps. It just led to like it was just you could see that team and then HD food groups was able to like fight like back and forth. We already know it was going to be like a close game, a very close game.
Yeah, very close game indeed. You know, it was a close game, but we're gonna have to go for a little break once again while we set up the next match. I'm really looking forward to who we have next, actually. So we'll see you then.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to Squid Junction. I'm Lily, and I'm here with Manaphy, and we've got a couple of really, we got a few really cool, fun, interesting matches with some great teams coming up. I'm very excited to see Project Rat and Never Back Down, Never What play against each other here. We're up to the uh, strike ban part of the tournament as well. So we'll be going into this very first match, which is going to be Barnacle and Dime Splat Zones. Let's see what they bring to the table here. Interestingly, no real backline. We do have actually. Oh yeah, actually, I've seen how Project Rat plays here in zones in particular. The combination of Dynamo and Wog on the Junior have worked really well in order to be able to like get out like good paint just from those horizontal like whacks, and with the Junior just kind of like filling in all the blank spots in the rest of the stage just to get those quick zone caps like we saw at the very start. That's something I've seen Project Rat do. Never Back Down, Never What, however, with this speedy movement that they have, especially being all cooled up like this, they're going to be trying to hold them into a lockout because it can take a little while to move back into the zone if you do lose it like that. And getting down to the 60s already with less than a minute into the game so far is already pretty good for Never Back Down. It's going to take a little while for Project Rat to come back in, but with 2 players down, here they come.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And as far as that these two teams that I'm seeing, Wug is really not recognizable into like this black community and to the comp scene. And don't underestimate Never Back Down, because like I want to also point out they were your from IPL SOS champions from 2 weeks ago. Like they should never be doubted with, because like they're also a very strong team. Spec on the other hand, very strong. I already saw by looking at the roster, but like this is just, I can already tell this is probably going to be a back and forth, and this is what the results are looking at like right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's great to see these back and forth, especially here, because I know that like when you do get one cap, it can take a little while to come back in. But with the score already only 45 to 44, does look like you are going to be going down. Was that like a Wog bomb that we saw there? That's straight Wog bomb.
I believe
yeah,
so.
It does look like we're actually seeing Josh being able to get another pick on the side. They're having to retreat just a little bit. Don't want to get stuck in that low ground with all those players from Project Rat here as they try to move back in. But they do manage to take the lead, just being able to keep up this forward aggression here, which is good to see.
Absolutely. Like, you already see, like, on the side of Never Back Down, just was there. You already see the 52 just keeping into their position, having enough space there too, and getting those picks for themselves. And like this might also lead to a knockout too, because you already see 3 members down already on the side of Project Rat, and that's gonna be game 1 for this round 3 in Squid Junction 60.
Yeah, absolutely. It was. I still think like having the Junior and Dynamo with as like kind of playing together has been really interesting to see. I know I've seen them. I think it was Triton Cup. I can't remember if they won or came second or something like that. Like, must have been towards the end of last year or something like that. Has been a very interesting combination to see work together in Splat Zones in particular, which is a great combination at capping the zone very quickly from terms of how they play it and also being able to hold it with the bubble. But one other thing which I find really interesting about bringing Dynamo, especially now, is the damage buff that it's received in terms of being able to get like, I believe the one hit or the one shot has been widened a bit.
Yeah, as far as I remember reading that patch, it did get like, I would say it was a slightly a buff, as far as I read that patch correctly, but I know some people can't. I know some people I can rely on the chat thing could like correct me on that, but yeah, like I do like that they're bringing out that the Dynamo, and you also pointed out that the Dynamo and the Junior were also working together, but we couldn't really see it in this game because that they were getting punished by all those members of Never Back Down, and you already saw because like the 52 gal player was already just at like their territory and to that left side, because like if you're in Barnacle, like either clams or you're like in zones whatnot, because like that left side is just going to be very critical, because like if you take that left, like that's going to be very hard, and definitely hard to get back into like the zone mid, because like it's just one of those map modes, like just some maps that you could get locked out and it'll just be like you have to rely on your specials and throw bombs and whatnot, and just like try to just find if they're gonna play really aggressive like against you.
Yeah, and that's why, like, of course, the 52 was a great pick for that map in particular. Like, how long it takes, how much you really got to work to retake there. Something different about Robo is that you have many more flank routes, many more options to actually move back in and take control of the map as well. So I'm curious to see how these teams actually traverse this map here. We're actually seeing switch over to the 96 deco as well. Of course, that's going to be the Kraken. And on the side of Project Rat, I believe they're running pretty much exactly the same thing as they did before, if I'm not mistaken.
As far as I'm looking at it, yeah, it looks like the same comp from last game. But looking back, like thinking about like Robo Ramen though, Lily, because like it's one of those maps that you already see towards to the like, you know, taking control of that bottom side of the map is like, I think this is like, if you like look at like those like frontliners just taking that bottom side of the map, it's just gonna be very critical. And you already see all those Zukas though, Lily, seeing all those picks and the Carbon just got 2 picks, and then there were just 3 members down. But I think they had cooler effects before, so that they're not able to get a push just yet now. And you already see one of the members, the Dynamo, just trying to take all that space and get rid of that member, and does take out the 96 player. So now they're in control by just right in front of their doorstep right now, Lily. It's this is going to be a little bit hurt for the side of Never Back Down now. So, like, you know, Project Rat, they're not trying to back down from themselves from that last game.
Yeah, they're definitely never backing down, never watching, never back down, never what at the moment. But it does look like, however, they are going to be forced back by the combination of Kraken and Zuka from Never Back Down, Never What, and this is going to be a push that they might have to just hold on to just for a little bit longer. It does look like that was a nice defense, actually. Even though no one died from that, that just forced them all the way back into their spawn. I gotta say also, I think on Project Rat, Turd Dynamo there was holding a really nice position behind that glass wall as well, just like preventing anyone from getting those picks as well. That I love that spot for Dynamo now that I see it actually in play. My goodness, I want to see it happen again. Let's go Project Rat.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I would love to see another one. And you already saw 2 members go down, but that's going to be a trade from 1-to-1 there. So the shot player the Zap player had to jump back to their base now. So it's still controlled by Project Rat as of right now. This is like been just kind of very neutral, and then everyone's been getting all their specials ready to go and to just stop them from, like, you know, going into their base. But you already see Project Rat already at the base of Never Back Down, but you already see Turd already trying to force the jump back, but it looks like the Crackling was going to see that jump now, and this is just, again, nothing really too much going on as of right now for a push right now, but everyone's just playing as like this just been a really back and forth splat bath right now, as far as I say it.
Yeah, absolutely. I do believe that they could potentially get something going, but unfortunately they did lose out there. Unfortunately, losing Wug, who was carrying the Power Clam, and having the Dynamo forced out as well. That's just like another push that just seems to be shut down. Never backing down, never what. Consistently being able to shut down every single push that Project Rat tries to get. It's probably going to be like one of those one push win games, I think. And I reckon that Never Back Down at the moment with what they've set up, if Project Rat doesn't have a defense going as strong as what Never Back Down, Never What has been able to show for themselves, then it's probably going to be in their favor going to these last minute and a half here.
Absolutely.
If they... Maybe not. Maybe not. They've lost a couple of plays now. So.
You already, like, as far as we're looking at to this match, Lily, like, we already see both of these teams, like, oh, we're at your base, but we're losing some of our members, and it's just been back and back and back and forth, and it looks like Project Racket in the end, they will definitely score in the end, so that's going to be 2 power clams scored now, but now it's the members of Project Rat have to retreat now because they only have 2 members left alive. And you already see Never Back Down being very aggressive to take mid now, and like with this pain control, because like we're only a minute left now onto the timer, so this could really be in anybody's favors right now. Like, this is only a minute left.
Yeah, it could be. I think Never Back Down, Never What, they've got something going. They have their Kraken, and they're going to be scoring that clam. They score it down to 60. It's an even score at the moment, but you know, I've lost 2 players. That's what happens when you crack the cheese. You lose 3 players as soon as you jump in, and it's going to be coming down to, like, the fact that Project Rat already got the lead first in these last few minutes. You know, if you are getting a score like that, going into the last 30 seconds on the timer, then you are absolutely on the back foot and really have to like not only play a strong defense but score again if you want to win. So this is going to be very difficult for Never Back Down, with Project Rat pretty much set up just to continue their lead. Not only continue their lead at 1 point, but actually just like hold this until the very end. I think it's pretty much entirely in their favor at this point, even though they do lose 3 players here. Yeah.
Oh my god, that was so close. Okay, it's not only because of like that timer was just so unfortunate because they were trying to force it overtime and that just unlucky. You know, it's Clan Blitz, so what can you really do about it? So now we're gonna jump into a game 3 now. I think this is our first time like into like this tournament right now that we're gonna be seeing just a 1-1 now, tied. Like it's just been like a 2-2 from like the best of 3s now, and now we're seeing like one team will win and then the other team will win next game.
I love seeing like even matchups like this, and I think it's actually interesting. Interesting in this game in particular how Project Rat and Never Back Down, Never What have been able to kind of shut down each other's pushes, which I feel was slightly different to how the game played out on the Barnacle zones before, where you know you're talking about the weapon pick of having the 52. Not only was that so good at being able to hold those choke points, hold the area right in front of the core and that like drop down area just outside of spawn, plus how long it takes actually to get out of spawn when you take like the route if you're coming out of spawn from the right hand side trying to get back into zone. On Robo Ramen, it's a lot faster, I think, to be able to get anywhere you want because you have all of those routes. And similarly, I think it can be very fast to get where you want to go here on Humpback Pump Track in Rainmaker, I feel. And I also think that like Dynamo is going to be really strong here.
Oh yeah.
So these are a couple of things I'm looking forward to from Project Rat at least.
Yeah, absolutely. I could definitely see Project Rat bring the same comp as like, you know, from game 1 and 2, and it's also been working out because they did win that very even close game from game 2. So like I could definitely see the Dynamo do brought back by the side of Project Rat now. So on the other side though, from Never Back Down, I think they're probably going to stick with the same comp. Yes, they do. And the Carbon also, that the double roller, which, you know, you never really see double roller in a comp. So as the fact that, you know, Project Rat able to do that, I think they're probably the team that they can able to do like the double roller comp.
Yeah, now I'm thinking, because I know that Wug plays roller as well. What if they went triple roller at one point? That'd be interesting. Anyway, we are seeing actually one of those rollers, the carbon roller, go down already. It's just that Dynamo left actually on the side of Project Rat, never back down, getting double picked up with the Zook already. This is going to be that first checkpoint, just like perfectly, just like, and then the little jelly just like rolling past as well. That was a nice jelly there, nicely timed. But you know, what a quick, like in the first 30 seconds, what a quick first checkpoint that was. And already with the help of that 52 gal putting the wall there just to help protect the crab, followed up by the laser there, trying to get another pick on Tamako here, looking for another one. We're just seeing exactly what Never Back Down, Never What was so strong at in the first game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And like, you know, as for the Rainmaker and Humpback, like this is just like the Rainmaker map that is like very snowbally, and it, like, you know, this checkpoint right here particularly just is like very as quick you can really get. And like this is where it also gets dangerous, because if you let the offensive team just add to your base, I think that's going to be a problem, because you're going to lose the members, and you're also going to lose lead, and then you're going to give them points. But I know points don't mean anything. the points won't mean as much because, like, you know, this is one of those maps that in Rainmaker that anybody can really push that Rainmaker to like 1 remaining, and it's been happening into those moments, especially on this map.
Speaking of lead, Project Fight did actually manage to run that Rainmaker just that extra bit further forward, initially from 39 down to 32 as well, so that's going to be a lead that Never Back Down really have to deal with. They haven't been able to regain mid, really, you know, ever since Project Rat have been able to get that first checkpoint for themselves and continue pushing forward, so if Never Back Down, Never What actually continue losing players like this, we might not be able to see them pull off what they did early on in the game.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And despite like they're okay with this lead, but they still want to bring out more aggression to Never Back Down because they do get 1 member down so far. The Crab and they do have a Crab and a Zuka already popped out. Only 1 shot left, and Wug here trying to find some kind of valuable to like push up more, but I don't think there was that much follow up to the side of Project Rat now. So now we're only gonna be seeing you already see the 52 already in mid, trying to take some space here. I think they're going to take out, yes, they do take out the shot player. And now you already see Dyna here trying to find more picks right now. So you already see Dyna playing this really aggressive here. They're trying to survive as long as they can, but they couldn't get to that corner as soon as they popped the wall there. But I don't think it's going to matter because they did have cooler effect into the end though. But that is not really what you want on the side of Project. No, that was Never Back Down. You really want
Never Back Down. Oh my goodness. You know, I was thinking like when I saw 3 players go down inside of Project Rat before, I thought this is going to be Never Back Down's moment. They're going to be able to retake mid. They're going to be able to push that forwards, try and get a lead or something. But I think they just kind of lost out on those fights once again. And we saw actually the Rainmaker getting just like chipped off at the end. As those jumps were coming in, just led to all those 3 players going down on the side and Never Back Down once again, giving the advantage back to Project Rat. Project Rat already up in their elbow, trying to get forced out. We can see a pick on Tomako there, looking for another one on Wug. That's the Rainmaker lost on the side of Project Rat here. So even though they still have lead, that's a couple of players that they're losing out on. They're going to have to rely on some really good positioning from Turd in order to get the rest of their team back in. We can see a little bit of shocking happening here. I wonder what this is going to be developing into.
Absolutely. Like, you already see already in the mid control with Project Red, they're trying to really hold off on the side of Never Back Down because like they're trying to take their time here because like Project Red do realize like, you know, hey guys, time is almost like running out. We could still like let them like go to us and just like kind of really play a little slow and waste their time. So it's like, I mean, it's like gonna be that they do get 1 member down on the side of Never Back Down. So they only got 5 seconds left on the timer right now because they need to get this push in together. So like, if they're able to, they do get both of those rollers, but the Rainmaker does go down, unfortunately, because Tomako was able to get the player that was holding the Rainmaker, so that is also very huge for them. So now here again, Never Back Down. This is only your moment. If you really want to win this game, you need to find those picks. The Carbon does go down now, and the cooler has already been popped by the Dynamo Rollers, so this is going to be very, very difficult for Project Rat. You need to find the most impossible flank to find it. And yes, they get this. I believe it was the Dynamo from behind, I think, or was it from the rail? I wasn't too sure. I couldn't get a good angle out of that, but that was a change lifesaver. But oh my gosh. And yes, as we did hear from the behind the scenes, yes, they were from the rail, and that just saved Project Rat on a forcing with a 2-1 lead now.
Damn, Project Rat coming back incredibly strong here. I gotta say, the space they were able to hold in that game definitely I think went to show a lot of what they can do extremely well. And of course, I think having the Dynamo was, you know, just also a really strong pick for that map in particular. And we saw how many times the Rainmaker kind of went down. But you know, I don't want to say that Never Back Down, Never What haven't been making some really good choices in terms of being able to hold
hold elbow and try and like create some kind of passageway to move the Rainmaker towards. I just think it was those plays from Project Rat, like Dynamo coming in at the end, being able to pick off the Rainmaker before they can actually get that push actually going. That kind of just prevented them from getting a lead on Project Rat's 32 points earlier on in the game. But you know, I love seeing what Never Back Down, Never What have been able to do in terms of it's pretty much textbook stuff, right? You have you hold that choke point, you have your crab tank going, holding the area in front, you have your what's it called? What's the laser one called? The one that like 52 has? I keep forgetting.
Oh, it's the
I keep
whale?
forgetting. The whale, yeah. It's the whale, you know, the whale, the killer whale. Everything there in theory works, but when you have a player come up from behind and just flank you like that, when everything is like so laser focused and trying to get that Rainmaker through that one passageway, that's unfortunately I think where Never Back Down were kind of losing out there as well. Still some fantastic plays from both teams, and I think, you know, Never Back Down, it really worked in zones where you don't have as many route options, but with Project Rat being able to really make use of the terrain and actually be able to outflank Never Back Down, that's been, I think, working wonders for them.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And the fact that I thought, you know, Never Back Down could have a potential, you know, to win that game for an overtime, but, you know, Turd was able to like make a hero play to just stop getting the pick on the Ringmaker. But we're going to be moving on to game 4 now, and we're going to be going on Inkblot on tower control right now. So this is similar concept as last game. I don't think there's going to be any sort of changes to both teams. Everyone's wanting to play with their comfort of weapons that they want, and it's been working out. But it looks like there's going to be 3 members down on the side of Project Rat. So you already see the members, Lily, Never Back Down, already at the bats of the side of Project Rat. So this is all this control that they need. First checkpoint has been passed, and you already see the members going down so quickly on the side of Project Rat, and you see Josh trying to just make them step back, not let them touch that tower. This is just very good to be. This is like almost quick. We're only like 4 minutes and 13 seconds left on this timer, and you're seeing Never Back Down are, you know, they're angry from that last game. They were angry.
Oh yeah, absolutely. We're seeing a potential comeback for them here, even with 1 minute gone. But Project Rat, they've got a couple of specials ready going, and they're also the team with the bubble, and of course Bubble being pretty strong on tower control, pretty strong in this map in particular. They're gonna have to be able to make use of that pretty wisely, considering what Never Back Down, Never What has in terms of their shredding capability, of course, with the weapons like 52 gal and also the. Actually, Stamper, that shreds things pretty well, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, it's definitely can also shred like different objects. Like it can also shred all of that. Like the bubbler, it can also like do a lot of things with it too. And you already see it's only just Wug left alive now. You already see Dinah trying to find all the big. Wug just like trying to be a little bit patient here, but it looks like it's only going to be 2 members down left on the side of Never Back Down, and it's just going to be that's 1 player left alive now. Proto trying to just keep mid control into their favors. Carbon Roller trying to find some kind of valuable pick into one of the members, because Carbon has been like a very one of those very picks that you really want to just find and just play the waiting game and then like able to get that pick. And also that's also been working for the side of Project Rat. Yeah, absolutely. Actually, Project Rat have been able to, I think, use this advantage that they had of those 3 players going down on the side of Never Back Down. Unfortunately, they have lost 3 players again. Wog is going to be having to provide some jumps back in, also some bombs just to fend off these players here. Getting a pick on Spec as well. Unfortunately, I don't think the bubble is exactly going to be where they want it to be in order to make that push. But you know, they have got it down to 68 so far. Never Back Down trying to find a way back in, but Turd's already up there looking for people to kind of pick off from the top of this left stack. If they can use that left stack to their advantage, they might be able to get through that first checkpoint as well, with those 2 players having got down on the side of Never Back Down. This is exactly their moment to do so. We can already see how Tomako is trying to find a way up to like take control of bats there. Question is, can they do it? They do manage to get a pick on Spec. Yeah, this is going to be very close. But they do have to get through that second checkpoint, though. on the side of Project Rat. So that's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade now. It's only just a Dynamo player left alive now, and that's gonna be a complete wipeout now. And now I just actually wanted to point out also, because like I like how one of the players of Never Back Down were trying to catch Wug right there, and like you know, Wug throws bombs, and you know, I'm able to. You want to catch me? Catch me if you can, and you die to the bombs.
Absolutely. You know, I'm sure I've died to Wug's bombs like that before in the past. I can remember one occasion. I can remember at least one occasion. I think there was a Girls Euro Cup once.
Shoutouts to you, Wug. Shoutouts to you. Like, you're awesome.
Of course. Does look like actually Project Rat is getting a little bit more headway here. They do lose the tower and they've lost a couple of players at the back of that, but they're not trying to lose mid at all, knowing that, you know, if any players drop down a mid, they want to be able to get them out of the game. However, it's just Wug left. So it does look like Never Back Down actually going to be able to pick them off. Wug throwing those bombs once again just to try to fend them off, going down in the process. Does look like, however, Never Back Down going these last 30 seconds might just have it in them to bring it to a game 5.
Yeah, Never Back Down really in a comfortable spot right now. But despite that, because it's just going to be a 1-for-1. 52 jumps back to their team as of right now until late. It's just only a 2v2 trade, but I don't know if it's gonna matter now because, well, you already see the members of Project Red grabbing that tower. They have to use that force of that bubble. Whale has been plopped out, and it's only just gonna be Carbon down now. 2 members down, all the rollers are dead. It's just gonna be game, and now Lily, we are gonna be going into a game 5 here. Never Back Down, forcing a tie here to the series.
Damn, yeah, I love to, like, once again, love to see, like, a 2-2 score like this going to a game 5. Kind of like it a little bit early on, of course, in a tournament. But these two teams as well, Seed 4 and 5 in Squid Junction 60, extremely close, even though they have two extraordinarily, like, hugely different play styles, with Never Back Down having very much like a rush down. You set up your specials kind of all in one go just to try and hold an area and push forward as quickly as you can with your 52 gouge like up ahead, getting picks and creating openings. And Project Rat kind of playing a lot more for, how would you say Project Rat's playing actually? I know I talk about the Dynamo a lot in particular, being able to almost like acting like some kind of impenetrable wall that like you have to kind of get through somehow. You kind of have to pick off because there's no nice angle right in front of it. You really have to understand like the tempo or the rhythm of the weapon, and also get rid of anyone else on Project Rat who might be flanking you, who might be like knowing the map geometry well enough to kind of catch you off guard, which I feel like we've been seeing them in the Robo Ramen and the Humpback games really well. That's kind of how I describe how they're playing. Never Back Down, of course, being the more kind of like outrun, rush them down, hold forward kind of team, never backing down, never what, you know.
No, I totally get it. And, you know, Never Back Down actually started to now realize, because after those losses, and, you know, they're reading off of, like, what Project Rat are doing, like, how they're really playing as a team. And, you know, now that they won Game 4, this is, like, they forced them to a Game 5 here, and now we're going to be going back on Scorch, but this time around, we're going on Clan Blitz this time. I love to see some Game 5 intense Clan Blitz. I've seen it all. It happens. Intense Game 5 or a Game 7 for a Clan Blitz match like this. This is all into the pressure for both of these two teams.
Yeah, and Dyna's actually switched back over to the 96, of course, with the Kraken. Didn't quite work exactly how they wanted it to in the Robo game, but, you know, things could be very different here now that they've had that extra experience, have a better read on what Project Rat's been able to do. We're seeing both teams trying to gain control of mid here. Kurt trying to get a nice high ground, being forced away by the Zuka, managing to actually dodge all those Zuka shots as well, looking for a pick, unfortunately going down there to Dino on the 96. Of course, the extra range from that weapon is going to be helping them, managing to stay alive as well, trying to get some picks closer to the basket, at least to be able to remove Project Rat from the positions that they're trying to get in. But that's 3 players down and never back down. Project Rat have all of mid to play with, and they're ready to set up their first push as well.
Absolutely, and you already see the Zuka already popping out, trying to force a wave with Never Back Down members, trying to just like let Project Rad try to score more clans. They do got all the clans and the resources, but they don't have any sort of specials for them to like make more pushes for themselves, because like they're only got the Dynamo down left, and the shot player does go down, and this will definitely force to hold on for Never Back Down to just not let any of the members. And oh wow, nice little vertical swing from the Stamper right there. Very nice, and able to get another one right there. Is that going to be a third one? Yes, indeed, it's going to be a third one for Spec now. And I've also talked about Spec in like the past before, of how Spec also is like, I could say a 2.0 stand, because like, you know, one of these Stamper players are how they're really playing with the weapon itself, just like how position they are. This is like, they're getting so much value out of it too, and like, you know, highly respect of Spec, and shout outs to you.
Watching this just makes me want to play Stamper again, honestly, because you know, now that his Crab Tank, I've been almost a one-trick V Splash for at least for the first season Splatoon 3 time, at least in early Splatoon 3.
I was on machine.
Okay. We should have played together. Anyway, having like Stamper with Crab, and now I feel like we're seeing a bit of a resurgence of Crab come back, even though it's like not the strongest, not the like you can get by without it, of course. I feel like it's in a good spot, and having Stamper with it, also with like a fairly not the sub weapon you really want to have all the time. With in the case of Toxic Mist, I think it's like a really nice. Really nice kit for Stamper in particular, in terms of what you can do with that, being like keeping your distance and keeping people at arm's length, or at Stamper's range length anyway. Does look like, however, we're seeing Never Back Down trying to get something going here. Do manage to get that open. We're seeing a pick happen, Dyna being able to get one with the Kraken, of course, trying to find a way, just trying to outflank them, but maybe they were outflanked themselves actually. However, we're still seeing Dyna staying alive through all of that, and that lead is going to be going in the favor of Never Back Down here. They're just going to keep up this momentum into these last... Oh, and then we might be able to see this push continue going. We're seeing some great picks here. This is the kind of clams push I love to see.
Absolutely, and like we're only just a minute and 30 seconds left into this timer, and I also want to highlight from that, you know, the Stamper kit itself. And I had to think about it too, Lily. I was like, I don't know how I feel about it, but and then now I'm starting to realize how like it works well with the Toxic Mist, and like even though if someone's in your own Toxic Mist, you could. It's definitely slows them down, but that's a little Zuka though. Let's stop myself at the Stamper, but that Zuka just able to get those members down there, and I'm just like, wow, nice one right there. That's gonna be now in the control of Project Rat now. Only 52 seconds left. This is going to be very intense. This is not a really good lead for Never Back Down. They have to really play smart here.
Absolutely. We got to see them being able to defend Project Rat's pushes like we saw in the previous Clan Blitz game, because that's really what they're going to be having to think of at the moment. Thing is, Never Back Down, they're really good at holding spaces, but if anyone makes like a nice flank that on Project Rat that Never Back Down isn't able to like prevent from happening, and with those players going down on the side of Never Back Down as well, they do manage to get a pick. However, we might just see another push come back from Project Rat, but actually, are they going to be able to get in?
Yeah, they do have a pity claim, even though if they're not going to pick up that power claim. So that will still at least force them in overtime. And you already see Never Back Down already just at the entrance at their doorstep here. If the members of Project Rat try to find some picks onto the members of Never Back Down, this could actually be very critical for them. But it's going to be just only the Carbon player down now. that's going to be 2 members down now. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't even know what I'm watching. Wug trying to do their best, and you're only member left alive. I don't think it's going to be enough because they're running out of time. And that's going to be game 5 for Never Back Down taking this set.
Never back down, never what. Taking game 5 just like you said, and loving to see that defense come out from them at the end, because I feel like in Clan Blitz things can kind of get a little bit desperate in overtime if you have such a small lead like that. Never Back Down absolutely just had to think about, okay, where could Project Rat be coming from? Where might they be flanking from? I think being able to clear out those the Greats route in particular and keep an eye on that, which I saw Dinah, I believe, the 96 player, at least being able to have the eye on both places where someone might be jumping from. Getting a wall out there, of course, just to slow them down as they were starting to jump in, just allowed their team to kind of collapse in on them every single time anyone tried to jump in, pick up the clam or anything like that. It was just a matter of they slowed them down just enough by having that wall there and allowing the rest of their team to kind of get in position to just surround any lone player picking up the power clam, but also keeping an eye on those Greats as well, which I feel like the Turd on the Dynamo was thinking about taking at one point.
Yeah,
towards the end there.
I think so. I think they definitely had enough resources that they got, but I think for the side of Project Rat, though, I think they were definitely in a really good spot. There just wasn't enough follow up because you already saw the Carbon player go down, and then I think it was Tamako also went down. That just also led to like a bit of some miscommunication right there. So and that just like gave Never Back Down to just like get that defense ready to go, and then they just like won that game.
Yeah, it's always like, I feel like it's a slightly heartbreaking moment in the last moments of a Clan Blitz game where you have the clams, you can push and win in overtime, but it's just the defense from Never Back Down. It's that moment, like, Never Back Down, never what. They only have one thing they need to think about at that point. Project Rat, if you're trying to come back in and you're losing players, you not only have to make sure you have enough space to move in and like successfully score from, but you have to be able to ensure that you can actually win fights on top of that. This is just like another reason why I love Clan Blitz as a mode, because of the number of disadvantages you have when you are pushing, and like not only dealing with like the terrain, dealing with like having to juggle your clams and actually keep an eye on where clams have spawned in, who's got the power clam, how you can like coordinate your clam push properly, and also like being able to just like outpaint the other team as well, just so that when you are scoring, not only do you have to like look at the basket, but you have to look around and understand like where people might be coming from, because you're all going to be congregating under there.
Yeah, absolutely. And despite about having a Clan Blitz, in a best of 5 or best of 7, having a Clan Blitz to be in the very last of a match, it's just one of those moments that every single teams are going to be definitely more pressured now, because how Clan Blitz is just the mode that you need to like be more focused, and you have to be so dedicated on like how you really want to really play into the map you're playing on for Clan Blitz. And just passing over all those clams and who's carrying that power clam. It's just everything that you need to have to be very coordinated, because Clan Blitz is just that one mode that you need all of that communication really need, because like it's just to the point that you really need that into like this composition. And both of these teams were just both very just so much pressure. They did all that work to just like really like fight for like their own lives to just get towards to like whoever's gonna make their push and get all those specials ready to go. And it's just like, it's been like, we saw that Clan Blitz match, like, which was from game 5. It was just for sure gonna be very close, but the fact that there was just some miscommunication from the side of Project Rat, it just led to like, it was like there were just nothing like that. It just happened because like they were there, but they just didn't had maybe they didn't have any specials to like really work with it because they didn't get the picks that they wanted, and all the members of Never Back Down were just all there, just like all to their faces and at their doorstep, just like, we're not letting you in our base, like we're not letting you in, like we're just gonna like keep you out and kick you out if you ever enter.
Absolutely, and that's what we saw at the end from Never Back Down. Being able to take that set 5-2 against Project Rat. However, of course, Project Rat did win Clan Blitz earlier. Of course, having a couple of Clan Blitz games in this, I think, is pretty cool. I do believe we will probably go to a break as we wait for the next couple of teams to ready up. There are a couple of matches still going in bracket. Nightmare against Healthy Diet Food Groups as well. I believe, according to my Battlefly, is 2-1 there.
Yes,
and also,
correct.
Actually, Illuminati's Burn Foams 32 Osmosis Steam Control as well. Also battling it out, but we'll be back to see which teams will be in winners round 5.
Don't go anywhere.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction 60, and we are going to I believe this is winners hopefully I'm correct on this, but yes, we're going to be seeing a match with Osmosis. Hopefully I'm saying that right because I'm really terrible at names and words, and against Foams 32, which Foams 32 have been a really stronger roster because like really recognizing their names, because I know every single members individually from Foams 32. Vera, very good player. Bishop has been like a very silent player, but they're still also into their prime. Archer is also good. Nico also good too. Like they're a very strong team to be reckoned with. But on the other side, on Osmosis though, like everybody like Zenith, Len, Yoshel, like these players are into these around these winners finals and stuff. Like, oh my god, I'm actually really excited to see these two teams fight it out here. Lily.
Absolutely. Yeah, you know, I feel like both of these teams could absolutely be candidates for winning. And you know what? Seeing Len come out on the Blosser, of course, we're going to be seeing a really interesting, actually, really interesting pick. Actually, not the Vanilla Blosser, but the one with the splashdown. Not one you tend to see every day, but I've seen this actually work out pretty well in some other tournaments. Len unfortunately been going down early on the side of Osmosis, and they have lost another player as well. That's going to be Foams actually getting the zone here and holding it just for a little bit longer. They really need to be able to push up ahead in order to be able to hold this, but I think what we're seeing from Osmosis, what we could potentially see from Osmosis is a flank happening, or at least something. We're seeing Zenith here come out with a Zuka, hopefully to create an opening for the rest of Osmosis. But if they can't stay alive with it, I'm not sure if they're able to actually get back into the zone.
Yeah, Vera is definitely like a very sneaky Carbon player. Like you definitely gotta watch out for Vera, because like I've seen how Vera can just be into like your face, or just like hiding into like those sneaky little peek of the ink of theirs. You just know it's gonna be a very surprise. Like, hello, surprise! I'm the Carbon player, if you remember me. But you know, but it looks like they are gonna be going down though, because like Vera is very of like a scary player. But it looks like it's gonna be just almost a quick knockout here, because Foams 32 already in so much control now, and that's gonna be a knockout win for this on the side of Foams 32 winning this game 1.
Damn, that was such a strong game. I have to say, the way they were able to cap the zone and just move up ahead, knowing that all they had to do really was, it's zones. You just have to make sure you're winning those fights once you've got the zone, pretty much. That's what we saw from them there, pretty much. I think Len having the splashdown is always going to be an interesting choice, because of the different options you have. Now that you have like a splashdown with the 2 other mini splashdowns in front of you, can be pretty useful on those ledges if you manage to catch people out just a little bit too close. But also with the fact that there are players like Vera there, who will always be camping around those ledges, popping out from behind, getting picks. Of course, that's going to be someone very, very dangerous that you always have to be watching out for as well. And with the amount of like fantastic ledges and hiding spots, little sneaky areas you have on that map in particular, that's always going to be super useful and very, very valuable for your team if you have a Carbon player that can actually make really good use of it. We'll be seeing them on tower control next, which I think is going to be a good one for Osmosis in terms of having Len on the team with a Blaster, because I know that I've seen Len play the vanilla Blaster quite a fair bit and has some incredibly good spots for Bubble, and not just on the tower, but of course getting some really good off angles with the slinging power you have from that weapon, especially when you're just underneath some ledges. Like, you can make really good use of really good positions like that on Hagglefish Market. But yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see what answer they have to Foams 32 based on that first game.
Yeah, and we already like the composition that Foams 32 had. Just like they had all of like the resources, and they had so much control. And you talked about Vera. I also talked a little bit about Vera of how you need to be careful with those ledges and all those walls that have been painted on their side. It's just like Vera is just that sneaky like Carbon player that you like always have to remember. And like if you don't know who Vera is, and if you're up against them, you're in for a treat now, because of how they are like Vera has been playing for their comp career. They're just been very successful with the Carbon Deco, and it's just been really, really working out. And hopefully I'm kind of correct on this. I think they did play for Red Sun, I think in Ludi. If I'm not mistaken, if someone can correct me on that, I'm not entirely sure who it was, because it was they definitely had one of those Carbon players into their Ludi and Div X this season, and they had a really good result from in Control Red Sun. But I know we are not seeing them in this tournament, because I think they're title break. But we're not going to talk about them, because Foams 32, yeah, Vera, definitely one of those players that you should also be watching out if I were on the side of Osmosis. But I do like the composition that Osmosis definitely does have, and it was really also unfortunate for Len. I can also see why they brought out the custom blaster, bringing out some resources to just use that triple splashdown to the zone. But you can also get canceled too, but that also gives a little bit of paint, because you do have those little decoy fists with the splashdown now. And the fact that it just didn't work out for them this game, because they were getting punished and get caught by every single member of Foams 32, that just led to them they're not letting the the custom blaster just win, like let them do what they want.
Yeah, it was a little bit unfortunate, which is why I'm thinking I kind of expect to see Vanilla Blaster and Tower Control as well, because I know I've seen Len with the Vanilla Blaster, and I actually think that like having the extra couple of fist bumps can be really good in zones, and can be really good when you have the kind of ledges and the kind of map terrain that you have on Roman as well. It can be useful, but I feel like it's always like, I don't know, it really depends on who happens to be nearby, whether you get splashdown cancelled or not, whether your decoy fists make it over the edges as well. Well, I'm actually curious to see which blaster he actually brings out in the next one, because maybe he might be cooking with this.
Absolutely, like
It is gonna be vanilla.
Oh, okay. I think I saw a custom blaster from Len.
Oh no,
yeah,
it is custom. It is custom.
I saw the
okay.
little tag. Yeah, I saw the tag on the custom
yeah.
blaster. I was like, oh, they're bringing out the custom blaster again. And I believe that's a blob? Okay, I didn't really get to see too much on the side of Foams 32's comp. A little bit. All I know is I remembered they had a carbon player, like a carbon on their team.
Well, I think the blob is also going to make a lot of sense because, of course, when you have such wide open areas here, and what's essentially like actually, we're seeing Bab here getting a couple of fantastic picks, just shutting down that push and already being able to move up ahead, painting up into that court as well. Let's see if anyone gets picked off by the Zuka in response to that. This looks like Len goes down again, unfortunately, but Farblast, or Bab rather, is going to be holding onto this tower, just pushing it forwards with the help of Zenith on the crab tank as well. It's just going to come down to, is that flank going to be that push at all? I'm not sure whether that flank is actually doing well, they do lose the tower, so it did end up stopping something, but it took quite a lot of work, I think, to be able to stop that tower being pushed forward. And already Osmosis is right up in their face once again. Crab tank coming out, and Len up ahead, I think further ahead, trying to get some picks anyway.
Oh yeah. As I said, what's it called? Now that Osmosis is realizing about that Vera has been, from like last game, they were getting so many picks off from Vera, because now they're starting to pick off Vera to this game of like we're seeing here, and now that's probably going to be almost a wipeout. No, actually, that's not going to be a wipeout, because the last player left alive from Foams 32 was able to jump out just in time. So it's still into the favors of Osmosis this game, because that's just going to be 1 and 2 for like members left down. But you see Vera trying to get the member of Helix right there, trying to get him, but not going to be able to do that because, Vera realizes they're not going to be able to finish it. If they were going to just push that, I think they were definitely for sure going to get splatted right there. So, so far, they do get past with that first checkpoint, but it looks like Osmosis is still looking for...
Yeah, they're still looking for more. Unfortunately for them, it does look like Foams is just going to have that blob left. They do have, they are going to pop their special, their Ink Storm, to at least slow down the push once again. Foams 32 still trying to hold them off. It seems like the entire game has been all about Foams 32, just trying to hold off Osmosis here, as Osmosis just powers forward. But with 2 players having gone down on the side of Osmosis, we might actually see a quick retake from Foams 32, getting at 1 pick there, looking for some more, looking at least for a way forwards, making sure they have some drinks to help them move ahead. They really need to make sure, I reckon they really need to make sure that that Zuka and also Bab is out of the game with pencil, because Bab has been an absolute menace, I believe, in terms of just like preventing anyone from Foams to be able to move back in. And with Bab still alive, it's just going to be that whole lot of extra work to be able to take over Osmosis's court.
Zenith! Zenith!
Oh,
yeah. as you were talking about Bab though, on the how successful have they been, and you know they haven't really been around because I know they were originally from Frostbite, which had a roster of Reborn, and I think it was Sungura, which Sungura has been in like those top level tournaments now because of how much Sungura has been proving themselves, and Bab also trying to do the same as well. So it's like all these improvements that both of the players from Frostbite came together, and how they're improving individually on their own separate ways. It's like all of this is really coming together now from like Bab. You already mentioned how Bab improved, and as far as we seeing like how they played to this game, but it looks like Osmosis does lose the lead there, so Foams 32 able to like get so much of control here to the entire plat here. Like we're not really seeing too much from Osmosis trying to stop any of the members of Foams 32 now, because like they're going to be losing some time now because they still need to get that second checkpoint on the side of Osmosis.
Yeah, they do, and that second checkpoint is always a tricky one to try and take because you have that top right, well, if you're on the attacking side, the top right, top left if you're on the defending side, that is, but Len is already trying to clear this area out, trying to get a pick there, managing to get an assist at the very least, but being damaged like that with all that chip damage coming out from all sides there, from that blob and the wave breaker. You really want to be jumping out of that before you start going down. We are going to overtime here. Osmosis really has their work cut out for them, so it's really going to come down to whether Len can get these picks here, provide these jumps back in, and you have that top area as well. It looks like actually what happened at the end there, I think you were paying attention to what Vera was doing there.
Yeah, because Vera was trying to game there, but unfortunate they went for a swim instead. But it didn't matter because that able to save some time to stop them and save that game. That was very scary from both sides.
Damn, absolutely. So that's 2 games to Foams 32 so far, bro. It's Osmosis for like most of that game. I feel like they were able to
they had that lead the whole time.
Yeah, they did have the lead the whole time. It was that opening push, or that first push that Osmosis had, just to establish themselves, establish their ground, and establish how they were going to play for the rest of that match. I think at the end, Foams 32 just managed to, I don't know, just find a better spot to be in, and Osmosis just kind of wasn't there, having those jumps, trying to get back in onto the tower at the same time when Len was riding it. You don't necessarily want to have just one person up there without the rest of your team trying to push in overtime. That's always going to be very, very risky business unless you have the rest of that support there with you. Actually moving into yeah, you know what, actually having the splashdown, I can see a little bit more of what Len's going for here. In that splashdown can disrupt fights pretty well. I think it can almost be, I believe, just like a way to almost throw off the other player a little bit in 1v1s. Like whenever we see Len kind of like caught out in some low ground, I think we saw at one point Len would pop the splashdown. The other player would ultimately be in like not the spot they necessarily want to be in because they don't have the turf in their advantage around Len anymore to be able to win that fight. And it provided, I think, another player an opportunity to come in to help pick that player off as well. So it's almost like a little bit of it almost like creates some more skirmishing potential for Blaster, which isn't something you necessarily get, I believe, that easily from that Weapons Other kit. You can, of course, with like the bubble and also the auto bomb, but I feel like this, with the pace of this game and when you want to be playing fast and aggressive, I can see how it can work there.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I like how Len just decides to like, and you pointed out that maybe they should just like stick to the V blaster, the one with bubble and auto bomb from like this game particular. Like now that I'm seeing what they were doing from this game particularly, of like how they're very using into this one, I think this just definitely really worked into the favor, but it didn't really work until that very last moment when they lost the lead there. So and now into this game, now we're going to be seeing that's going to be V Blaster this time around. You know, now Len realizes this is probably the right map and mode to just play the V Blaster.
Yeah, of course, and it's always going to be a great pick for this map mode in particular. But we do have a Range Blaster and Blob, and also the Carbon Deco, of course, from Vera on the other side of Foams 32. That's going to be Foams 32, even though they have that Blob down there, going to be capping the zone already. Len getting a pick as well on Archer here, so things might be looking like they can just catch some players out. Unfortunately, oh my goodness, I thought that Vera there was done for with those players on the side of Osmosis just being able to try and like surround from here. But it does look like, oh my goodness, does look like they do manage to survive that and get a on Bab as well. That's just one player left on the side of Osmosis as Foams 32 are going to be pushing forward into the 40s.
Absolutely. Vera is just a monster right now. Just able to get that Zuka shot on towards Bab in there and then getting some other valuable picks from that very early game right there. That just was like, you know how Vera is just aggressive to like anyone who are against Vera. That just like tells you that Vera is a like demon. Like a demon. Let's call Vera the demon like Carbon player. Demon Carbon or Demon King, I don't know. But yeah, like we're just seeing so much out of Vera.
Considering where they've been positioning, you could almost say Vera's a bit of a ledge demon as well. However, one thing that I actually wanted to point out was the buffed Storm, which is, I think, coming out here as a fantastic pick from the side of Foams 32, just as a way to, you know, I always felt that Ink Storm was a little bit too slow moving sometimes for some teams. It hasn't really worked out, especially on some maps where it takes a while to get back into the zone. But here is such like, even though this is like, it's not a small map per se, but the routes back into the zone are very short, and you have so many options to kind of flank, to move around as well. Having the buffed Ink Storm can actually be really good just to be able to maintain control of where you really want to be going with your team. And I think we've been seeing that a little bit, and we've also been seeing like the fact that you do have those ledges, you have those stacks. It just helps. It just like makes it's kind of like a terrain buffing your main weapon in some ways when it comes to a weapon like the what's it called, the blob blubber.
Yeah.
My brain's been a little bit funny today.
No, it's okay. We've all been there before, so okay. But on terms though, because like on how this game has been also very close, because like Osmosis is really trying to find some valuable to like find where Vera is, because like again now they're starting to realize where is Vera now, but it looks like that's just gonna be a 1-for-1 trade now. So Bab able to pick up that one trade onto one of the members, and Vera does another trade going on here. So like we're only just a minute and 43 seconds left into the timer, so the zones is still very neutral for now, but it's still going to be scary for Osmosis, because like you have to be a little bit worried of like how you're going to be really dealing with that Carbon. But it looks like Bab's able to get Vera right there, so that's actually very huge. And now Nico able to get 2 picks from using that blobber right there, and Hex trying to find some valuable to like create some space with that crab tank. So that just saves enough time for Osmosis to just keep the zone. And you already see Vera left there, but unfortunately does go down there. So now they're really realizing now that Vera has just been very a monstrous like demon right now of how they are doing. But so it, as far as like I thought they were gonna get zone, but no, Nigo, as a commentator's curse would say, yes, they are able to get the zone back, and that's gonna be a complete wipeout now. Lily, this is really looking intense for both of these sides, and the penalty's almost gone from the side of Foams 32.
Oh my, this was like really close, and already I feel like it's just one of those moments where you feel like so close but so far. Having that 2-point difference followed up by a wipeout on Foams 32, just being able to pick off any player that might be dropping down like we saw there. But it does look like actually Helix is trying to make something happen, moving a little bit too far ahead, trying to cap that zone to prevent that knockout. Does look like Foams 32 is going to be winning game 3 of Winners Round 5. And my goodness, what a game 3 that was.
That was a really exciting of a game 3 right there, because like that was for sure very close, but I just think the side of Osmosis had a little bit of some mistakes there. They were also getting picked off by I believe it was Nico. Nico also getting to use that poke with the blob just gives them a little bit some chip damages to knowing that some of the members are really weak. I don't know if they had thermal ink into their build, but I wasn't entirely sure if they had it, but I could always look back at the blob. But yeah, like using that blob just to poke them out, and then you get the carbon roller to have like with that to just like able to like finish off with if you're throwing with a burst. I think having a carbon and blob on the same team can just also be very a scary composition that you're doing.
I gotta say also having the range blaster as well, because you do have a special weapon that has chip damage potential. You've got a main weapon that has chip damage potential as well. Everything kind of meshes together. Those 3, I think.
I believe so, yeah. All of these compositions that, because like, you know, Foams 32 stick with the same comp that they were usually. They had the range blaster, they had the carbon roller, they had zap, which, you know, to save some more pain, of course. And then the blob that could just do some chip damaging and poke. This is like, you know, this really worked into the favors of Foams 32 and to like how the sets and these games that they were going. They were just really making this like a successful game for them.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, Foams 32, that was fantastic. That was like, actually seeing their run over in the bracket, Foams 32 have been doing extremely well. They have, Illuminati's took 1 game off them, I believe, and also Orca Balestra. But other than that, they've been absolutely on a roll, just being able to, pretty much roll over all these other teams, of course, throughout Winners. I'm curious to see how they're going to be going in their next matchup, which unfortunately we won't be commentating, I don't believe, but we do have a couple of other commentators, Fufu and Cactus, who will be coming on to replace us in after the next break.
Oh yeah, also don't forget if you ever want to see us again, because like we're definitely around into this community too, so like Lily, where can most of the people find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Lily Gravy Bread. You can also find me on Twitch, same username, and I also commentate a few things here and there, such as this, of course. I also, like, if you're an OC player, if you're in the Australia, New Zealand, Southeast Asia, Pacific region, I also run a tournament for Double Productions as well, which you can also sign up for. So I'm doing a few things here and there. And also, Manaphy, where can the good people of chat find you?
Of course, yeah, you could also find me on Twitch as well. I do some content creation into like Splatoon and different variety of games too. So if you like some variety doing at the same time, you definitely got me. Also, it's Manaphy Sama. You can find me there. I also have Twitter, but I'm rarely on there nowadays now. So, but you can find me on Manaphy-chan. So yeah, and that's gonna be it for me and Lily. So thank you all, and it's been very honored to be around here. So yeah, hopefully I'll be able to commentate for Squid Junction again, and hopefully big shout outs to Dapple Productions. Also, another shout out to the Dapple Productions Twitch channel. It's there, I believe, at the beginning of the stream. It was a happy anniversary because it was a happy anniversary to the channel. Big shout outs to Dapple Productions. But yeah, that's gonna be it for us. Thank you all. Hopefully we'll see you again soon, and we're gonna toss it over to Fufu and Cactus now. But we're gonna be taking a break. So yeah, see you guys around, and we'll catch you guys later.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction 60 here on Dabble Productions. My name is Glitch Cactus, but you can call me Cactus, and joining me on the commentary stand is Fufu. And Fufu, how are you doing today?
Hello. We're doing great today. Very excited for the exciting set we have coming up. As you guys can see on screen, we're getting Nightmare versus Foams 32. Oh, this is gonna be an interesting one here as we are rapidly approaching. Well, we are at winners finals right now.
Winners finals indeed, and like you said, we do have an amazing set. Seeding of this tournament, we have Nightmare, who has taken seed number 1, and Foams 32 has taken seed number 6 and has done exceptionally well, beating out some other top seedings that were above them, like seed number 2 Osmosis in the game prior in a amazing 3-0 fashion, and just before that, beating Illuminati's Burr, which is the number 3 seed, 3-1. So this is going to be quite the entertaining set.
Oh no, absolutely. This is what we call seeds are only a suggestion here during the tournament runs, and they have definitely been getting those upsets of all time, as you have been mentioning. And looking at our map list, I believe our first map is going to be Splat Zone's Haggle, if I am not mistaken, as we are setting up for the next match here.
Splat Zone's Hagglefish, what a classic, a fan favorite here in Splatoon 3, taking control, of course, of the zone in mid and being able to watch not only your wing flank routes, but of course targeting the enemy plat if you're able to take that space, because on this long map, space is key to holding that zone and making sure you have that priority straight to securing a solid KO.
Oh no, absolutely here. So, and here in the ding, it looks like our teams are up and ready to go, and we should be getting this. There we are! Starting off, again, Splat Zone's my beloved. Let's get into it.
Absolutely, looking at these comps these players are bringing out, I love the use of variety there. We do see the Carbon coming out, the Range Blaster Blob followed up with a Casual Zap, as we see in every comp nowadays. And on the other side of Nightmare, we do see a 52 and the Neo Machine for double Zuka on their end. So it's just a matter of time to see what goes on. And right off the bat, the 52 is picked off in the beginning.
Already, yeah, bloodshed right off the bat, as you said. Nothing short of incredible here at the start, as none of the teams have quite taken care of the zone yet, but Team Foam 32 is going to be the first one to actually do that. Archer getting a very lovely pick here on the Gao is going to be huge. A Snipe Rider attempting to take a couple picks along with that Zuko, but not quite finding it just yet. Continuing to take members of Nightmare down as these points are ticking down in the favor of Foams 32. This is an incredible start here as we're entering the set.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, taking players and taking space. This is everything that Foam 32 has been looking for. Points are ticking down like you mentioned, and it can't seem like Nightmare just can't seem to find good positioning and good footing. They are constantly going players down, just getting picked off one by one. They will pop a cooler here to see if they can get excellent picks, but a nice direct from Bishop here on the side will get one going down. The Carbon follows up with another, and it is a 2v2 on the map right now with only 30 points to go in Foam 32's favor. Nightmare's got to put something together to try to reverse the zone.
They gotta activate their last-ditch effort if they really want a chance to get back in here. And they might have just actually no, that is even numbers here on each side. And when attempts to contest the zone, not quite finding it. This looks like almost a knockout here for Foams 32 if they're able to recap the zone. But Nightmare's gonna try to say something about it, just doing everything in their power to try and not let the zone flip to green. All teams are meeting in the middle, and Zuko's flying out. This is the longest neutral of all time here. Foams 32 capturing, but it's back in neutral, and the zone flips.
Nightmare skating away by their teeth just to cap the zone with only 3 points to go in Foam 32's favor. Now they will get the zone back to burn away some of that penalty, but they're going to have to try to find more ways than one to break in and get in their own advantage as Foam 32 is not lighting up. They will get 2 down, but they will not get out that painter, which is the blob, which has been really causing the nightmare for Nightmare.
There's no such thing as sweet dreams on the field here with 2, and that is the bloodshed we just saw here with 2 down going on each team. But Nightmare finally finding a footing here in the middle and getting these points down and ticked down as we see a little sniper trying to get a little bit of cooler here. But yeah, they are meeting Foams 32 right in their base, and it looks like Foams 32 is going to try to find this opportunity to maybe turn things around and hopefully zoom.
I mean, so far they've been doing an excellent job getting picks that they need, and they're going to make sure they're holding on as much space as they can. Now, players will start trying to dive in here on Foams 32 for any openings that they can. It looks like they're going to find one, getting picks on 2 of their shooters, taking over that zone once again, and the blob supporting the players from the behind with those lob shots to help give them more paint as they try to move forward.
And it's just a perfect set of, whoa, the carbon with a really nice burst bump kill. You never know where these carbons are going to come from. Yeah, Foam 32 is singing the same song and dance we saw in the beginning of the game, absolutely meeting Nightmare right at their base, right at the ramp, making sure they're up in their face and not giving them a single chance to even touch the middle here. And they're doing an incredible job of it, from the carbon to the blaster, the picks they are able to get, just the chip in general, just pushing Nightmare away. And this is rapidly approaching the time for a knockout. Less than 3 ticks on that penalty. This might just be it, and that is game in the favor of Foams 32.
Wow, played so excellently. It felt like Foams 32 was just so synchronized with each other, playing off of each other's uses for their specials and the main weapons themselves. I mean, it felt like a complete beast going against Nightmare, where Nightmare just couldn't seem to find any kind of footing that they could make happen. So what a fantastic first game being taken by Foams 32.
Oh no, absolutely well done. Also, I do want to mention, I absolutely love the weapon choices they pulled out here, from the blob to the blaster and the carbon. Just absolute menace of weapons, especially compared to the more stable meta we saw from Nightmare here. And Foams 32 just absolutely put it to use. And I would like to say through hands this game as we move on to Tower Inkblot.
I am curious to see on this next map mode combination if they will be, any comps will be changing. I know we did see Nightmare have a pretty stable comp that looked viable for really any of these modes that we're going to be going on to on these selected maps for our map pool. But Foams 32, they might have to play a little bit differently. The blob could stay for more paint control in Inkblot, or we could see it change. Of course, the carbon's going to be a tricky one, but there are some excellent ledges that it could perform on. So it really could see either nothing or everything change as we wait for the next match to start.
Now that you mention it, I'm thinking for Foams 32, I feel like that blaster's not going to go anywhere, especially considering it is Tower. I feel like if there's going to be one staple on Foams 32, it's got to be that blaster. Also, because they were just an absolute menace during the last game, getting directs and just picks in general. I saw that on the spec cam. I saw that.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's one of my favorite things about their comp is just the amount of chip damage that they can really put out and play off of each other. I mean, from the Carbon with the Burst Bombs to the Blaster with the AoE. I mean, it's just incredible. So let's see what these players do decide to bring out. And there's like same comp coming out of Foams 32 with a Nightmare opting to just switch just the machine around for the Vanilla machine with Booyah Bomb. So, I mean, a pretty good pick, especially with tower control.
Now, don't fix it if it ain't broke, if that's what I like to say here, as both teams are starting to meet in middle already. Most of this is turning green with the Sniper Rider, putting a nice amount of paint, but that first pick is going to be on that Blaster on Foams 32. Nightmare now seeing a moment of opportunity, unless those numbers are once even again, but it's just waiting for these specialists to come online, and which team is going to be able to get that first push off the ground, especially considering how snowballing this map can get sometimes. Either you're stuck in mid or you're rolling.
Yeah, and I mean, Nightmare tried to have a really good start in the beginning, try to get a good momentum built up, but unfortunately, it was just trading members and they weren't able to get the picks. But now, hold on a second, as I say that, it is a delayed wipeout with the Blob having to jump back to stay alive and all players having to reset on Foams 32. Nightmare will clear that checkpoint, get a nice direct with an assist as well by Sway there. Or Minor Sway, and they're going to be able to ride towards the second checkpoint. Cooler is up, and they're just not going to light up at all. This is the momentum that they were trying to build in the beginning, and they're going to build it here right now.
Well, they, as you like to say, they were getting ready for the big show, and this is definitely the big show. A wipeout in favor of Nightmare. They are making the rounds. They are wasting absolutely no time getting this tower moving. They move so quickly just to meet Foams in their bats, in their base, just moving this tower, already ticking just about to 30 here, and this Carbon trying to make some moves, but not quite finding it. Nightmare's having an incredible hold here on Foams 32, not letting them have an inch of space, nothing, they don't have.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking like what Foams did to Nightmare in the first game. They're not able to get any footing, but this is just, I mean, a demolishment as two players are going to get picked off on the tower by the Blaster. It's going to be Storm left on the tower. Can they try to hold it? One player left alive. 2 points to go. The jumps are coming in, and no, a reverse wipeout. Foams 32 just barely skating away from losing that game, and with 3 minutes left on the clock, they have so much to build up on to try to get this tower moving in their favor.
No, for sure. That was an incredibly strong opening push here from Nightmare. Again, 2 is nothing to laugh at, especially with how aggressive these teams are, how strong both of them are. So it is really going to be a pain, I would assume, a bit for Foams 32 to try and move this all the way to do, or find that stroke of luck to get all the way down to 1. Not even a knockout, you need 1 for this, but Nightmare already meeting them back, pushing this tower once more. It looks like they are pretty dead set on setting this game in stone.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing that Nightmare has not done is give up mid, which unfortunately right now they might actually have to do. But no, the specials are here to help stall that out, which is what they need. Booyah Bomb and Zukas will come out. It is going to be 3 players down on Nightmare. And looks like Foams 32 will finally be able to start pushing this tower forward for the first checkpoint.
No, for sure. Seeing that rain come out, already moving both members on each team, both away and to where they want to be. So that was already an incredible start here. This tower already moving away, but it is going to be Foams 32 that loses a player right now on this offense, and it looks like they're forced to step a little bit back as Nightmare is already retaliating against their push. But that might just turn around, seeing those 2 down on Nightmare. Okay, there's no such thing as giving up here in the sight of comp.
Yeah, I mean, never back down and never give up is exactly what Foams 32 is trying to do here. This is a complete reverse of what we saw at the beginning of the game. Foams has been able to turn this around and make it scary for Nightmare, being able to stagger their players. Now the pencil does have a good angle here, and they're going to try to push off of this tower, try to hold it any further. But with more of their players just in a stagger, unable to really make things happen to pause it, we might see a full reverse around with 2 points left to go. That's going to be a KO. And Foams 32 does the impossible.
Foams 32, both of these teams just absolutely running out of momentum, and Foams 32 just said, no, honey, we're not taking that, and taking it to an absolute knockout. Oh my goodness, they are making rounds, already have 2 wins on the board. You think, you're like, whoa, this is a tricky situation, and Foams 32 like, check it out real quick.
Check it out, indeed. I mean, just when you think it's over, and when Nightmare is going to bring this to a Game 5, which they still can, Foams 32 reverses that completely, not just for a point lead, not just for a handful of points, a complete knockout, and putting them at match point One more game, and Foams 32 moves on. So Nightmare has to try to hold on to that momentum that they had the previous game and start the reverse sweep if they want any chance at remaining in this tournament.
Anything is possible, really, especially since we're moving on to Rainmaker. Rainmaker is the king of literally anything can happen. Your score is not safe until that Rainmaker is in the pedestal. And this is what I think what's gonna make this game really interesting, especially considering both of these teams are running incredibly strong on momentum, usually making large amounts of pushes rather than small ones in little increments.
Absolutely, and especially on Scourge Gorge, where one little push from the first checkpoint can gain you monstrous amounts of points and a huge lead. I mean, we've all seen the popular clips on Twitter of players just squid rolling up the ramp to get all the way down to 20. It's happened at LANs, it's happened in online tournaments, it's even happened in Open. I mean, we've seen it everywhere, and that kind of momentum is what Nightmare might have to try to use and really enforce against Foams 32 and play a very strong defensive game. You either get a huge push at the beginning or you have to hope for a huge push at the end.
It really is all about those pushes, and it's going to put both of these teams to the test, especially as we saw in the past games. Both of these teams just love to, punch it through, and it's going to be interesting. And I think both of these teams are going to have the idea to just put this Rainmaker in the pedestal as much as they can, especially. It will steal the game. I mean, but then again, when you look at the ends of Scourge Gorge, it's incredibly tough to really push it to a knockout, especially with how tight that space is. That being said, let's begin.
I'll begin indeed. Here we go. Match point for Foams 32. Looks like they're not changing too much about their comp. Double V-shot, though, will come out from the side of Nightmare. When in doubt, Zuka it out, I guess, as they're going to try to use so much momentum. We do have a little bit of Ninja Squid, though, coming from Storm, so I'm interested to see if there's going to be many sharp plays happening, and it will be Foams 32 with the first pop of the game.
Already a nice start here, and seeing these Zukas already make their way on the field, not even 20 seconds down, but Nightmare already losing two of their members, a shot and their bucket here, and Foams 32, knowing them, they're going to take full advantage of this Carbon already trying to make things. They're not quite finding there at the checkpoint, meeting face to face with the Zuka, but already not even just about 30 seconds in, Foams 32 already capturing or almost captured that first checkpoint. It was not quite, I just realized, it quite looked like that from my side.
Yeah, Nightmare was able to barely pull that away and stall that out. Well, no one player will sneak through, and that'll be the Carbon doing what Carbons do best and shark that out. Get a checkpoint, which is what they wanted, and right now that is a one checkpoint lead that they have. But here is a Miner on the side, flanking around, trying to get a pick on the Blob. Will get very close, but the Blaster is here to support it. The Rainmaker will be picked up, and they will try to follow it through mid. They have to try to build up that space and try to move that Rainmaker forward, but a great Blaster area of effect shot will take out the machine, as now they're fighting to hold their plat.
Foams 32, again, about their comp, it's just the range they're able to have from the Blaster to the Blob, just being able to zone out large spaces at once, allowing for stalling situations as we're seeing here, not quite letting Nightmare get any closer to the checkpoint, especially with their members starting to go down. But as well, with members going down, those specials come online, seeing these Zukas try to be popped, and this Rainmaker still being held strong here by Nightmare, even if this means stalling it out, just waiting for the perfect opportunity to try and launch this into the checkpoint.
Oh, it's getting so scary, having to play a little bit of hopscotch, but they forget to hit the jump button, and they will die to the Blob. What chips directly the Blob was not the wave breaker, so lucky for them there, in a sense, that they did not have to go down to one of the easiest specials to dodge of all time. But they now, with the Rainmaker being in the hands of Foams 32, Nightmare stalling it for as much as they could, which is the least that they wanted to do to try to get these points in that checkpoint. It is now in the favor of Foams 32. Trying to look at this Rainmaker forward, see if they could find a way to push it past that checkpoint point of 68. Huibon will come out to try to force Rainmaker out, but they will stay alive, and it is player advantage for Foams 32 still in a 2v1 situation.
Yeah, they're trying to get these points and trying to log all the points they can before any sort of ultimate death, as we saw just there. Pushing this to 41, which is still better than, what Nightmare has going on. 94. We still have 2 minutes 30 left on the game, so really it still is anyone's game, as we are seeing most of Foam starting to go down. Whoa, is that a double from Archer? Is that going to be a double? No, it's not. Not quite, but it is a very nice exchange of death there.
These are the kind of exchanges that Nightmare is going to be looking for, but they have to start turning those into advantageous states. Going 2 players down is not what they need right now, but Foams 32 is putting up so much aggression. Now, 41 is a pretty good lead, but it's not a winnable lead, especially Whoa, that's that player gets annihilated out of the sky trying to jump back. It is not enough. Foams 32 again with control of the Rainmaker, looking to further that push, but thankfully they will get an excellent pick here. Archer having to back up and try to stay alive as the last player alive, getting their players jumps, and Cooler, what a great play there to get their players to hold mid as long as they can, something that Nightmare has really been unable to do.
Yeah, Foams 32, even if they go 2 down, they seem to have an incredible hold on the space that they already have, meeting Nightmare in mid before they even get the chance to touch the ramp. But that might just change here, seeing them already trying to make moves, but 2 down on Nightmare, and numbers continuing to dwindle, and the Rainmaker gone on top of that. Foams 32 effectively stopping Nightmare from getting any more points on the board right now, for now at least, until that Rainmaker is grabbed again.
Nightmare is really in a nightmare state. They're unable to really find any ground, any opening, or any positioning that they can put themselves in to get themselves to even just the checkpoint. And with only a minute left on the clock, Foams 32 is sitting comfortably, repeatedly grabbing this Rainmaker, pushing it forward, making sure it's really hard for Nightmare to have any kind of advantage that they could use to push it back against them. The positioning they have is excellent. The map control is really great here, and so far, I mean, Nightmare is just looking at some deep trouble.
Oh no, for sure. Especially as you said, since they don't have checkpoint yet. Wait, is that gonna be a triple? No, just a double here from the Carbon and a cleanup crew 100. We saw that this is shoving Nightmare in even worse position than they were before. Already seeing the field covered in orange. Really, Foams 32 just has to stall out the rest of this game, and they're gonna grab that Rainmaker to try and effectively push that even further, using those blasts to just hold Nightmare back as much as they can. With only 10 seconds left on the clock, all they really have to do is hold this Rainmaker in their hands, effectively stopping Nightmare in any attempts they're having. This is less than 2 seconds, and that is going to be game and set in the favor of Foams 32.
Foams 32 with a, dare I say, clean 3-0 over Nightmare, winning themselves a solid position into grand finals and sending Nightmare down into the losers bracket. That was played excellently. They were playing so well around each other. Their coordination was just incredible to see, and clearly a great deserving win by this team.
Absolute strength being shown through, and we love to see it, especially how I mentioned in the beginning of the set, how it is a comp that we are not used to seeing, especially when the meta was so stuck on Shot Zuka, and they just turned that around completely and used the work of teamwork, and just I love to see it. I could gush about it all day.
Oh, absolutely. It's so good to see teams like this be able to just have what seems like one of the best days ever, just annihilating any team that comes in their way and securing so many great wins in such amazing fashion, from reverse sweeps in games to a complete just domination. Foams 32 has done just that, and I know they're aiming to continue that while they look to whoever they're going to face in grand finals.
For sure. And thus we should be following up with Losers Bracket. I believe Losers Final here, as we probably will be seeing Nightmare again down there, if I'm not mistaken. That is. Ho. Alright, yeah, we will be seeing that again soon. But I think this calls this match for now, and we will be seeing you guys in a bit. So don't be going anywhere, because this end of the tournament is going to be hype.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, and welcome back. Did you guys miss us? We are back with another set here. Never back down, never what, and Illuminati Burr. I am joined once again here by the lovely Cactus. Come say hi.
Hello, and thank you so much for an amazing introduction, Fufu. That is right, we are back with two amazing teams that have been fighting their way here in the losers bracket. Never back down, never what, coming off of a loss from Nightmare before, and just a little bit ago we saw Nightmare get knocked out as well. But no more time to talk about what's going to happen or any speculation. These teams are ready, they're ready to go, and we're going to see these comps come right on the bat. We do see, I love the pick of the brush right off the bat, followed up with the new Stamper with Crab. Following on the other side, we do see the Scoped ZF-Fin with the Vanilla Stamper, Shot, and Zap also accommodating both sides as both these teams now rush mid.
There's a charger, there's a charger, there's a charger. That's all I'm going to say. I love chargers. Hello, I am being fed. But we are seeing Bloodshed already. 2 down already. Never back down, never what. We love seeing it. Illuminati's already making space, taking the turf to a hue to blue. And Zuko's coming out, seeing the checkpoint already attempted to get past here. But with members going down on each side, that tower is going to be put to a stop right off the bat here. Leaving a little bit more of a neutral state. But seeing these strikes coming out, trying to turn things around, it's going to be interesting here as we start up.
Yeah, strikes will stall it just a little bit, and we see the Charger trying to do a great job of getting any picks that they can find. These players on Never Back Down are trying to find their ways around, get the picks where they can. A nice pick will go off on the side of the right stack on the shot. Duka will come on, take out the Charger with a combo from the Crab as well. Great special coordination there, and we will have a cooler to back that up as well. This is Never Back Down's first push that they will be making towards his first checkpoint, and they're looking to take the lead.
They are very much looking at it face to face, but with their tower raider going down, it's going to take someone else to try and push past that checkpoint, and doing that successfully, having this lead and pushing past his first checkpoint. Illuminati Bird now has to catch Never Back Down, Never What on their offense if they want a chance at stopping this, which they might just do so, but both of these teams both have all of their members up. Illuminati Bird taking that first down here. Already perfect here for Never Back Down, Never What, especially considering the 2 down that just went down on Illuminati right now. They do have to set up for that defense as Never Back Down, Never What is just continuing to put that offensive pressure on the board.
Yeah, and Never Back Down doing a great job of trying to move this tower forward. Whale will come out and get a good pick on one fighting off on the tower. We'll look at the pick. Yes, they will. The drop-off damage will successfully connect. Zuka will come out to try to salt the tower and do a great job at that. But the players of Never Back Down are really making a statement of where they're being positioned. The Crab will come out on the bottom of the pit. Players are taking up the top bats. You look at this positioning on the overhead. Just these players absolutely dominating Illuminati right now as one player tries to fight off the tower, but will get picked off by some fall-off shots here. With 2 players down, Illuminati needs to make some kind of play if they want a chance of coming back.
No, for sure, and they're quite literally never giving up, but that is going to be 2 down here on Never Back Down, Never What, forcing them back here as Illuminati is now taking this opportunity to clear Never Back Down, Never words, wow, long names, out from their base. So already making these moves, Never Back Down, Never What, probably opting to meet them here, either preparing for defense or just trying to catch them in the middle here as this tower is moving back to a neutral position.
Neutral is a good start, but Illuminati needs to hope for a whole lot more if they want any chance at pushing not just past the first checkpoint, but the second. And right now, this is the opening they've been waiting for. 3 players down, and it is a full player advantage here for Illuminati. 1 player holding onto the tower. Charger is moved up with the Stamper as well. They need to try to get control of the bats, but that's going to be 3 players, if not all 4, of Never Back Down, sitting comfortably in their bats trying to salt the tower. It's going to be pushed a little bit towards this checkpoint. The brush will go down. Here's Zen trying to get a pick off with the shot. Can they find it? No, the player will get pushed back. They're going to try to push it for another one, but they will get picked off for a nice little delayed trade with some help from other players. Tower rushing towards this last checkpoint. It is a trade-off, just players going down left and right. Silver, though, helping with more picks, and now they are right there trying to get the lead.
Oh my, Silver's holding on strong. Oh my god, that fight for the tower. They're still fighting for it. Seeing the Zipcaster, but that is 3 down in the Illuminati's right now. Oh my god, the counter over there stuck at 20. Only 3 points away from a scrumptious lead, but Never Back Down quite literally never gave up here and did manage to stop them before they were even able to reach that number in the first place. Meeting Illuminati, already taking down one of their members in middle. It is going to be a incredibly tense last minute, especially considering how close these numbers really are.
Yeah, that charge almost getting a great pick. Oh, and they get at the end on the Splatana after the crab ends. They're looking for another to follow up, but here comes the Zuka. It's going to get a nice pick on the Charger, everyone's favorite special in action. The other two will not connect, and now Never Back Down is looking to push the tower again. With 40 seconds left on the clock, Illuminati needs to try to stop this push in its tracks. Getting one down with a bomb, Zuka will be popped, and a trade-off will follow suit. It is a player advantage of 3-2. For Illuminati as they look to try to push this forward, but do they see the brush trucking from behind on the sack? We see him getting ready to go in for a push. They're waiting for the right opportunity for the call out, and looks like they're going to spring into action now. They get one. Can they follow suit to try to get another? Pushing towards the tower.
Oh, we love a sneaky brush, and their job was done indeed, taking one of Illuminati's out of the way. But it is reaching these last 10 seconds. Illuminati really does have to hold this tower if they want a chance at turning this game around. But with Never Back Down, Never What already meeting them, already turning this tower yellow, it's going to be a really tough fight, especially with everyone gathering on the tower. That is a wipeout ending in the favor of Never Back Down, Never What.
Wow, the collateral damage from players diving at the tower and a follow-up Zuka. Illuminati gets stopped in their tracks and unfortunately will not be able to claim those 4 points they need for lead. Never Back Down, Never What, not backing down, securing game number 1 victory.
That was an incredibly hype game one. I want to mention just the fights at the tower were so tense. You could practically feel it through the screen there. The Splatana on the tower when Illuminati was making that push. Oh my god, incredible. I was on the edge of my seat. And I'm excited to see what they have to bring into the next match because that was amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. They'll hopefully Never Back Down comes with the same kind of aggression they'll bring again for zones on Mako Mart. Illuminati, though, did have a strong defense and offense. It was pretty evenly matched, if you ask me. And I know both of these teams are going to come in just as strong for this next game, but Illuminati's got to hope to come in just a little bit stronger because Never Back Down, Never What is sitting comfortably at match point. Winning this game will send them into semifinals of the losers bracket, which I know they're aiming to do. So as they get ready to ready up, both these teams are going to carefully select their comps, what they want to run on this next map and mode combination.
Oh my god, and looking back at the map mode here, actually, Mako Zones, an absolute staple, I would say, in comp. Just a perfect map to test the abilities of any team, really, from the coordination to just everything at once. And I think this is going to be the perfect map to really show off the strengths and weaknesses of both of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to come down to these players finding the weak points and hitting hard where they can find them. I mean, both of these teams have great players on both sides that have been able to do sneaky things. I'm really curious, though, what the Brush will do, because the Brush is known for being sneaky. We saw a little bit of that play that came from Never Back Down, where they were hiding around that stack and were able to get a great pick on someone that tried to rush the plat. Now, can they stay the Brush this game if it makes sense for their comp? And if they do, will we see some very cheeky and sneaky Brush plays? And because I sure hope we do.
Oh, that would be amazing. We love to see it. There's a little sneaky action, you know, knocking on the back door. Hello, hello, your neighborhood Brush has arrived as we are starting out here. Flat Zones Mako.
We do see the same comp come out from Never Back Down and the Carbon rising up from Illuminati. They're going to hope for some great ledge holding. All they have to do is make sure they have a great advantageous push. Players now rushing towards the mid, holding their stacks pretty strong. It comes down to who can get the first handful of picks for a great zone hold.
Yeah, any good lead here would be perfect for either team as we are still seeing full players up, even with these specials starting to make their way out onto the field. We are playing too many Tri-Zukas here with just how many Zukas we've been seeing throughout this game, but it is going to be Never Back Down, Never What, finding that first down here, but in reality, even numbers, Nicki Minaj. Yep, Nicki Minaj. And that is what just happened. That is a wipeout.
All the players just collapsed at once, with Never Back Down unfortunately getting the brunt of that for a complete wipeout. Illuminati is trying to take major advantage of this, as they're going to try to zip on the crab, make it pretty much get wasted, not being able to be used at all, but he will run him over! He will run over the zip as he's zipping right through it, and it's going to be a 2v2 on the board. Now, can Illuminati just try to hold on just for a little bit longer as the jumps will come in from Never Back Down, Never What? They will get one, they're going to look for another, but then will go down. Zuka will be popped, and Never Back Down is going to try to hold the zone and turn it back to their colors, but no, they will just keep going down trade after trade.
all Illuminati has to do is hold the zone as they've been doing before, not even getting those penalty points applied to them from before. Even from those contests, less than 20 ticks on the clock. And Never Back Down Never One is going to try to not give up here and just going to try to make their way into the zone. This is the last ditch they can, but with 5 ticks, it's looking practically impossible as this knockout happens in the favor of Illuminatis. Oh! Leading to a tie. This is going to be a tiebreaker, folks.
We are going to a game 3. Illuminati really turning up the Jets. I mean, that gameplay was just incredible. They knew the advantage they had, and the second they saw that wipeout, they did not waste any second. They completely rushed into great positioning and staggered the players of Never Back Down, which led them to such a solid win. Even though they lost the zone a little bit at first, they completely came back with that, what was that pretty much collapse of players on the enemy stack. I mean, wow.
It is incredible just how strong these teams are. Illuminati absolutely held through. Like, as you said, just holding Never Back Down Number 1, especially by those last 40 ticks, just not giving them the chance to even touch the zone. And this is what it's all about. And now we're going to enter into a tiebreaker. This is going to be an intense match, if anything, as we are returning to the mode we started with.
Yeah, I mean, tower control makes its return as the other 2 modes were banned, one each chosen by each team, and we're going to be taking this tower match over to Hagglefish, another very potentially snowbally map.
Oh no, for sure. We've been seeing both of these tower maps have been snowbally, but considering just how close they got to each other's leads, like, I have incredibly high hopes for this match. The words can't even describe just how excited I am.
Oh yeah, I agree. I'm right there with you. I mean, just when you thought this could be very dominant from Never Back Down, Never What, Illuminati just comes around and shocks us with such a dominant performance. I mean, this is such a close match that we're going to be seeing continue to a game 3, and one of these teams securing their spot into the semifinals of Losers Bracket, where they will go on to face Project Rat, who has also been making a fantastic Losers Bracket run.
Oh my god, I'm just excited for all of these sets moving forward. We have such strong teams lined up and ready from the ones we saw when we first started our cast at Winners Finals. So even down to the Losers Bracket, these teams are not any short of giving up, and it's just incredible to see.
Yeah, I mean, as we wait for these players to make their decisions, it really is going to boil down to playing at the speed that these players were. They both found great openings that they needed to get strong pushes moving forward to significant leads. The first game, Never Back Down had a great push to 17 and stopped Illuminati's in their tracks at 20. So a 3-point difference is all it was. So just holding on to a solid defense and performing great offense really shines through true in this game, in this tournament.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I do want to mention, speaking of both of these teams, I did want to mention, as we moved into the second game, Illuminati actually opted for a more aggressive comp, which I think even helped them a bit here to push Never Back Down, Never What as well during this Mako games. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue to bring out an aggressive weapon rather than a backline, bringing it into the next game, just to keep that aggression and keep that pace from the Mako Zones game.
Yeah, definitely. The biggest change was when they brought out that carbon roller, and you have to wonder if they'll bring it back again. Now, Hagglefish does have a couple of ledges that carbon will do really great on, especially tower if you're able to shark through on it. I mean, great positioning will really shine through, and I'm curious if Illuminatis will want to say the same or tweak a few things here and there. Never Back Down ran the same comp, and it worked the first time. So, like you mentioned in the previous set, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's something that they might look to do. Just keep that comp, because it worked once, it surely could work again.
It surely could, but then again, it all is also down to adaptation. So I do want to see how they're going to either adapt to it or see what's going to be changed as both of these teams are up and ready, setting up here at the spawn point. Let's see. Wow.
That is the Kraken 96 pulling out. And we do see the Rapid Blaster Deco being pulled out by Mickey Minaj. So again, not really any pure backline and some great chip damage to be applied. I'm very interested to see if these weapon changes from either of these teams will be what they want. And right off the bat, it seems to be working in Never Back Down's favor, getting the stamper down on Illuminati's. And the shot to follow suit.
That is practically 3 down. That is basically a delayed wipe even here. Most of the members of Illuminati's just gone back to their spawn here. Already Never Back Down, Never What, being quick to try and catch members of Illuminati where they're coming in and doing so pretty well, unless his blast is going to catch. I've seen these specials just trying to salvage what they can, trying to make entry. Never Back Down, Never What is having a stronghold on this checkpoint and moving forward.
Here comes the Kraken to move things a little bit forward along, trying to find picks if they can to make a dive for 1. They find it. Can they make another dive for 2? Yes, they will. And unfortunately getting swiped by the Stamper, but a good 2-player advantage is what they need. Silver, though, putting in the extra work, making sure they hold for their teammates to come back when they're ready from the spawn, making it so Never Back Down can't push this tower any far forward.
The range of a Stamper is never to be underestimated, and they definitely put that to use. They're trying to stall out Never Back Down, Never What's members, and incredibly doing so well here, even. But seeing this Zipcaster out, trying to meet them in the middle, trying to catch him, black, and there we go. That is a very nice pick and a nice advantage point here for Illuminati's right now as they are pushing this tower, attempting to reach it past the first checkpoint.
Yeah, and the player advantage is here. 2 players are still down. The 96 coming off of spawn fresh. Zen with the Zuka trying to find 1. They knock off the damage from 1 and get a nice shot on the 96. That means no Kraken can be used as the lead will be swapped over. Zen holding on strong on a side flank as the rest of the players will look to Crab, but a great bomb can knock it out. And yes, it will!
That is so just a perfect bomb on that Crab, not even giving them the chance. And here's Mickey Minaj. I love that vine. Mickey Minaj just spacing out with the blast as well as they can. We love to see just the use of range, just all the resources being put together just for an effective hold or an effective push. And both of these teams have been doing that quite well here. But oh, a scrumptious double here from Zen. Already, this is a perfect opportunity for Illuminati's to make their way back in.
Yeah, pushing this tower forward. Zuko trying to come out again, find one, and yes, it will. Zen is just incredible using the Zuka to their advantage, finding great picks when they need them. They're going to be positioned here on this top right, opting to jump back just a little bit for better positioning because they knew they were in trouble. That will be the second checkpoint to fall for Illuminati's as Never Back Down barely scaves away, stopping that push, but they have so much paint control to try to take back. But Zen is just cooking these players, finding pick after pick. They're going to have to get double teamed, but they will go off as a trade as well, with Nicki Minaj following suit to get that out. And here is Spec, who unfortunately will get no Crab usage at all. Players just trading down, which is not what Never Back Down needs. They need solid picks and needed to find them soon as we enter the last 1 minute and 40 seconds of the game.
Yeah, for sure. And Illuminati's already forcing Never Back Down, Never Went into a pickle here, taking down 3 of their members right off the bat and adding onto that list. Already 3 down again. Illuminati's is just going to take complete advantage of this situation, moving this tower even further and attempting to get pushing past for more points here. This is the clippable match of all time. It is jaw drop after jaw drop, and this is looking like a potential knockout in the favor of Illuminati's here.
Players will go down, but that checkpoint will fall, and it is a full wipeout for Illuminati's, completely KOing this game and moving on to semifinals of losers bracket, knocking out Never Back Down, Never What out of the tournament. Safe to say, Illuminati's never back down, never gave up.
They did so exceptionally, taking this game, taking this set right home. Oh my goodness. Just surprise after surprise, just doubles after doubles. My jaw was dropped practically this entire match. And there were so many clippable moments, like, you can't get that wrong. With a lovely reverse sweep in the favor of Illuminati's bird.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly how you had to do it. Illuminati's came in with the aggression. They saw what Never Back Down could do. They saw how aggressive they could be, and they just turned on the Jets. They flipped the switch and really understood their assignment and just had great coordination with each other. They were able to get so many excellent picks, and twice we've saw in both of those games put Never Back Down into multiple staggers, making it really hard for them to get up. I mean, we saw some of the highlights from some of these players having to get forced into 2v1s in order to get knocked out because they were just getting pick after pick, and that is a huge mechanical ability that these players on Illuminati's have.
Oh yeah, for sure. And honestly, they just a perfect way to end the set here before we move on, because we are gonna have to be going to a small break as we catch you guys into the next set. So again, don't go anywhere. It's gonna get better.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a Getting Started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello everyone and welcome back to Squid Junction 60. We are here with your losers of semifinals, Project Dract versus Illuminati's Burr. I am Cactus, and joining me continuously on the commentator stand is the amazing Fufu. And Fufu, are you ready for this next set?
I am so excited. You have no idea. We saw an amazing set from Illuminati's Bird last time, and Project Rat has been absolutely making way, throwing hands, and I may or may not be familiar with two of the players on that team. Say hello. Just hello, hello. So I'm very excited what they're going to bring out to the table, because these are two incredibly strong teams, and I'm excited to see them duke it out. Oh my.
Yeah, and both these teams seem raring to go. I mean, I can hear them already just about ready to go. As they make their final choices of their weapon picks that they're going to select. The first map mode that we will be heading to is going to be a Rainmaker on Scourge Gorge, a very excellent and staple in most tournaments that you do see, except for apparently Genesis, because they took that off the map list. I'm still mad about that, but yeah, I will only complain about that here. And with that, the bell is rung, and these teams are ready to go. Game number 1, loser semis. Let's see what these players bring out.
Oh, I'm so excited. That Rapid is coming right back out. And of course, we are seeing the same Dynamo. We're seeing a Dynamo.
I know Dynamo got buffed in the last patch, but let's see if it was enough to secure Rat a solid win against Illuminatis. Both teams are rushing down to see who can get the pop first, and it looks like it will be fought off, but going to Illuminatis as they will get down the Junior and just continue to rush forward. But a great trade-off will halt any push they had. The Dynamo dropping down and rolling them over. What a great pick and stall out, but a player sharks behind it. It's the shot. It is now a 2v1 situation. Players are jumping in on both sides, rushing forward. Rainmaker, though, will go down to a bomb as it's only a 1-point lead for now in this first 30 seconds of the game.
It's not a Junior without some snazzy old bombs here, and already with these specials starting to go online. That bubbler, seeing online from Wug, just trying to get this stuff on the ground, and that is a perfect opportunity here for Project Rat, seeing 2 down on Illuminatis right now. Just a matter of grabbing this Rainmaker. There we go. It's time to get these points taken down on the clock, and a possible checkpoint. Seeing Kimi already hitting with that Zuka. Yeah, all right. These picks are going to be perfect here for Project Rat as they are continuing just to make rounds and move in.
Oh, unfortunate pick though, but there's the bubble. It is just Wug alive here. It's pretty much a 2v1 playing ring around the Rosie around that checkpoint. The jump looks like it probably will go down here. Unfortunate there because the bubble was gotten rid of pretty quickly, but Wug doing what they do best, just putting out so many bombs on the sideline. Having been forced to jump out as Pop will go to Illuminatis and Izuka will finish up. And it's a little reset, but the Stamper will go down to the carpet as they shark on the ledge. Can they find another? Yes, they will. They're looking for more as they scare the rest of the players away for a nice little reset. Carbon's barely going to sneak out of there without going down to any of those picks.
No, for sure, for sure. And I'm very excited about this Carbon pick, especially with that ledge power. Project Rat just waiting for the opportunity to grab this Rainmaker one more, but with 2 of them going down, Illuminati's Bird is going to probably find this opportunity to maybe make their way to the checkpoint here. But again, the zoning potential of a Dynamo is huge here, so they might want to take them out. They knew their priorities, taking that Dynamo out, but that Rainmaker unfortunately lost.
Yeah, I mean, great pick off the bat, too. Just when you thought Illuminatis was going to get a great push opportunity and push that further, it goes down. That is a pretty weak Stamper there. They're going to try to find a pick. And as they find 2, though, unable to go down, Wug will get a great bomb pick on the Rainmaker, stalling this push out all by themselves. Throwing bombs at any off angles that they can to slow down this push more and more as the rest of the players on Project Rat look for ways in to find more picks. It is an incredible fight for no checkpoint here, but Illuminatis will find a way to break in with a 1-point difference on the board.
For sure, and the 1-point difference indeed, but it is going to be Illuminatis that takes the blunt of the hit regardless, losing basically all of their members here on this. Ooh, pause. That is a wipeout in the favor of Illuminatis, and already an incredible push of points all the way down to 41. Project Rat now has to push not only past that pedestal, but all the way to 41 if they want a chance to take this back, forced into a defensive position, and meeting Illuminatis in the middle with the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the worst situation that could have happened for Project Rat. Just the players all going down for a complete wipeout. But wait a minute, hold the phone. The tables have turned. Project Rat also now gets a wipeout, and they're going to try to run for Maker forward for the point lead. But no, it's a 1-point difference. The Squid roll was not enough. It is just the Carbon trying to shark here, and they're going to get found out quickly by the whale and get picked off thanks to Mickey Minaj. A 1-point difference that stopped Project Rat from getting that lead, and Illuminati look at the push this Rainmaker further from the right side on Project Rat's ramp.
Illuminati's, I'm assuming, is going to try to put some more points on the board. That 1 point is a little too close for comfort for any team, really, especially for Illuminati's here, especially. It's at risk. Rainmaker is a risk all around, and just narrowly escaping the Carbon. That is perfect here for Illuminati's, but not quite. Commentator's curse for a split second, with 2 of them already going down, and that Rainmaker joining along. That is a wipeout in the favor of Project Rat. The opportunity to make a push once more has arisen again.
And, you know, Illuminati's, I want to say, purposely brought it to that corner because that is a great position to put it. It gives you plenty of time to bring the rest of your players back from spawn as they do, getting a great pick on the Rainmaker. It's going to be a nice little trade-off, a 3v3 on the board. Now a 2v2, now a 2v1, but some of those players were coolered on the side of Project Rat, so they will be able to come back. Here comes the Zip. Can it find a pick on Wug? They're going to be fighting around for it. Will it happen? Yes, it will. Wug will go down. The Sniper will get recalled back, and Rainmaker will get reset. Is a 4v3 on the board with the Carbon having Zuka online with jumps coming in. It will be used, but players are continuously going to keep going down for both sides.
Yeah, and whether this game is going to end right here, it does. Illuminati's taking the first game of the set with a 1 point off victory. That was close.
I mean, what a 1-point lead is a scary situation. They got so incredibly lucky that Squid Roll did not take it all the way. It looked like it was about to, but the point thankfully did not drop in their favor, and they were able to hold on strong. So that's going to be Illuminati's at match point, with Project Rat needing to pull through with the reverse sweep, which is completely doable because both these teams really showed how strong they can be on this first map that we saw.
Oh no, absolutely. Even though Illuminati's was definitely taking that momentum from last set into this Rainmaker game, as we definitely saw, especially considering they did take that crown home, it was nowhere near from far off in terms of skill and just raw power. I'm excited as we're taking another complete switch of maps to Undertow, which is a map, TM, and Tower on top of that. So I'm not expecting any less of that rapid coming back from Illuminati, so because it has been a really good staple within these last few games.
Yeah, absolutely, and I'm sure the Carbons will also be looking to stay. I mean, this map is such a strong suit what we've seen for Rainmaker, so seeing tower control is a little bit shocking to me because it's just so very rarely seen, but I love the challenge that it gives to these players fighting on map and mode combinations that we're not used to seeing all the time. So it really gives that variety and really makes you think about comps that you might not have decided to what you would run normally.
No, for sure, for sure. This is going to be a test of all time, especially Tower is another one of those modes where you have to take the objective to the other team's spawn, which is going to lead to some pretty intense fights as they approach further into these leads. I'm very excited. Honestly, I've been saying this throughout our sets, but really each match passing by is just a constant state of excitement, especially seeing just how closely strong these teams are.
Yeah, absolutely. I love seeing these games go the distance. With that, there's no clear sweep, there's no clear winner. Like we saw just a couple sets ago on the winner's side, it's seeing the losers bracket be full of pretty evenly matched teams is so entertaining, and it is great to see how close that a lot of these teams are with each other, and that really builds up that competition, and it makes this for a longer tournament, makes it way more fun, and just really brings the nail bite factor.
Oh no, absolutely, and we've just been seeing it here, and oh my god, my nails are practically gone at this point. And you're like, whoa, what is gonna happen next? What's gonna happen next? But we are gonna go ahead and open right back up. I want to see if there's gonna be any major differences in this comp that we're gonna see here. Not quite from Illuminati, keeping a pretty staple on both teams. Not a change in the world.
Yeah, both teams are pretty confident in their comps. So if it worked the first time, it could work again. It was a very evenly first match, and they're looking to take this the distance one more time. Bombs will scatter across mid. There will go down the shot player for Illuminati's. The cooler will be popped as well to follow suit. Carbon holding the front line for Project Red as they start to move this tower forward. Now that is the junior with bubbles, so they could try to get a strong bubble hold to clear this checkpoint, and that they will. Great effort and great play as now first checkpoint cleared. Players scattered from Illuminati's, and Project Rat is going to start moving this set towards the second checkpoint.
No, yeah, and they're already making incredible progress, already reaching almost halfway in their set of points here and continuing to count down, almost meeting that halfway point. But with two of them going down, progress seems to be slowed down just a bit. But Tamako also going down. That is going to be 3 down on Project Red, and adding to that, the Dynamo here as their jump was unfortunately caught here by Illuminati's. Illuminati's, though, is now going to take this opportunity to clear up mid and make their way, turn the field purple. It is their turn for counterattack.
A lot of players on Illuminati's are bunched up at the moment, thankfully spacing themselves out, trying to find picks. Azuka will assist with one, but the Carbon will get a nice pick on the right side. Flanking around behind the tower. Will it find another? No, it will not. And that's going to be the first checkpoint, obviously cleared for Illuminati. And now they're rushing towards the second. That's going to be a lead swap. And it is a player advantage for Illuminati as they're trying so hard on the side of Project Rats to stop this tower. But every time they try, a player will go down. Cooler will be popped. Points are filing down. And it's going to be towards this last checkpoint that Illuminati just has to break as their players, though, will get caught out, will get found, will get picked. And finally, Project Rat can start looking to turn us around.
Project Rat, yep, finding them out and just stopping that counter at 25. An incredible lead here for Illuminati. It's very advantageous, if anything, as Project Rat now has to take it all the way into their base if they want to meet this point quota. So already both teams meeting in mid. Illuminati's already taking the player down. It is bloodshed after bloodshed, trade after trade. We are stuck in the middle here just for a little bit longer, or not, with Project Rat already moving this tower. They are not wasting any time to try and meet the point demand.
They're going to have to find some picks to follow this push that they're trying to build, and they will get a beautiful one on a flanking Splitano Stamper. They're going to find another one, hopefully, but no, the Carbon misses the shot, and they get caught out. That player, Bianana, was so close to going down, but it was not enough. Players will completely collapse on Project Rat before they can move any part past that second checkpoint, and now the map control is going to turn over to Illuminati as they move this tower towards Project Rat's checkpoints.
For sure. And Project Rat already pushed into this offensive position even more with the whale starting to go out, chasing one of their rollers out of the way. But Project Rat already retaliating back. These are specials up on the board. We are playing too many trades too because the challenge came a little bit early today, folks. But already with the tower in middle, Project Rat already trying to turn this paint green and just trying to find the opportunity to move back in. But Illuminati's crushing that hope and dream, already coming in with 3 down on Project Rat. The opportunity to push has arisen once more for Illuminati's.
Tamako trying to hold strong if they can stall any bit that they can, but unfortunately will get picked off. Illuminati pushing this tower further with the Stamper, having Zipcaster online as well as Whale. They're trying to make sure they keep this distance. A nice direct on one, needs one more to get the pick, and that they will. Bombs are just piling out from Project Rat. The Stamper will get another beautiful pick there, but the cooler from Wug and a nice little bomb assist will help it go down. And a nice corner pick there. Wug really popping off here, trying to hold on strong and stop this tower from moving any bit further. No points have really been taken at all. This tower has just been going back and forth within the distance of points that have been earned by both these teams. And Project Rat, with a minute to go on the clock, has got to look for an opening, has to look for some great picks and just try to ride that momentum. But right now, with the player disadvantage, things are going to be really hard for them to move forward.
And with the Dynamo taking 2 and only to get traded themselves, these numbers are starting to dwindle on both sides. But with the cooler coming out from Illuminati's, their opportunity to take risks has arisen even further. Already taking this Carbon out, they are forcing a bad situation on Project Rat. Oh no, turn just canceled it. Oh wait, no, this is back and forth. We are having constant bloodshed on the field as we're approaching the last 30 seconds of this game. It is getting tense as both teams really don't want to lose what they have.
Absolutely, they want to hold on strong to their specials, want to hold on as long as they can. Illuminati is doing a great job at holding their presence. I mean, they have so much ability with their range. They have the specials online. Cooler will be the first one to go. Stanford will try to go around and get a pick on one, but it will be unsuccessful. It is now a two-player down situation for Illuminati. The final 10 seconds are coming down. Zuka has been popped. There's no specials online at the moment except for the bubble for Project Rat, and they have to try to go moving forward, but Zen will come in from behind. Hop on the tower, but will get picked off by one, and his player is just fighting over and over again on tower, and no one's by it. One player left. Will there be any jumps? There will. It will be the Dynamo, and then another shot will jump in, but it is not enough. The wipeout comes out, and Illuminati's takes out Project Rat, moving on from loser semis.
They absolutely took it home. Illuminati's just, once they had that 25, they knew their goal was just hold this as long as you can. And that they did, absolutely not letting Project Red have any opportunity to make it even to what they had before, leading it to a 2-0 knockout. And Illuminati's moving on to losers finals.
What a great job done by Illuminati's, taking this set in a very nice 2-0, but not without a little bit of struggle. Project Rat really had to make them fight for it and really earn themselves that spot in losers finals. If they were going down, they were going down in a blaze of glory. So I do want to give major props and congratulations to Project Rat for making it so far with an excellent losers run, making all the way to losers semis, and unfortunately getting shut out by Illuminati's Bury.
Yeah, both of these teams incredibly strong and definitely showed that throughout their tournament runs, but Illuminati's being the one to move forward here onto losers finals, meeting Nightmare if I am not mistaken. Please do confirm.
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 It has
it
been
will
confirmed.
be Nightmare in the losers finals versus Illuminati's Burr. They will match up, and the winner of this will go on to fight in grand finals against Foams 32. Nightmare, of course, looking for that rematch, and Illuminati's Burr just looking to take that in from getting knocked out in the previous rounds of this tournament.
For sure, for sure. And it is our time to take a little tiny break here as we are preparing for the next match. So once again, Losers Finals is coming right up for you guys. Don't go anywhere.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our captain forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
Hello, and we are back from a little tiny short break here. You already know it. We're following Illuminati's up to losers finals versus Nightmare, and once again, I am joined by the lovely, amazing Cactus. Come say hello.
Hello. Thank you once again for your amazing introduction. That is right. Losers finals. Illuminati's Burb versus Nightmare. Both these teams getting knocked into losers bracket by Foams 32, who sits comfortably in Grands right now. And these teams both want that run back. And they're ready, and they are here to go. Right off the bat, we are going into Splat Zones on Umami Ruins. Look at these comps. We love the 52. We see the Neo Machine. We see the same comp that Illuminati was running earlier with that Red Blaster Deco and the Vanilla Stamper, followed with the basic shot and zap. So both these teams rushing in mid, looking for that first pick. Who's going to be the first to fall?
Illuminati's is going to be the first one to take that blunt of that first kill here. Taking two, actually. Nightmare already having an amazing start, catching Illuminati's in a disadvantageous position right off the bat. But with Illuminati's with their cooler, they're going to be quickly meeting them back in the middle, hopefully. But we love to see the Sniper just absolutely taking turf, taking some space here. Nightmare absolutely wasting no time. Oh, and a lovely pick on top of that. Absolutely wasting no time and just keeping the space and keeping Illuminati's locked out in their base.
I really love the special coordination coming out from Nightmare right now, as they're really able to push back a lot of the members of Illuminati, and as we see Nightmare being pushed back a little bit by the Bazooka, as players try to rush in here all at the same time. They will get a pick on the 52 player. Zip will come out to look for Boopy. Will they find it? No, Boopy won't be able to jump over to another player, barely surviving, but no, get picked off on top of mid by one player, but here's Storm to follow it too. Players are just pretty much trading here left and right on both sides of the zone. Cap will go over to Illuminati and will be just the pencil alive from Nightmare as Illuminati looks to take the zone, take mid, and look to really push a little bit further so they could try to get a nice lead swap.
They put a nice end here to Nightmare's push here, stopping them right at 43, allowing for a pretty hefty penalty to be applied. And as these penalty points, they're just taking down Silver, taking a nice hit, only to get shut down by that Zuka. Nightmare is coming back strong, taking 3 members of Illuminati's right out the way, and the Zuka being the last to hold. These points are trying to take down. Zen just doing everything they can to try and hold as much as they can, leading off in a trade of glory there. And with Illuminati still holding onto that zone, not quite letting it flip just yet. They are adamant and holding this strong. It is trades left and right. Oh my goodness.
Illuminati has really been pulling up with the clutch factor a lot this tournament, being able to just hold on as long as they can, as they're holding on just a little bit longer before Nightmare finally gets that zone flip that they've been looking for. They do have a player advantage, and they do have a special online. Here comes the Whales, looking to see if they can find a player pick on one. Barely surviving that bomb spot on the splat wall. Here comes Zip following with Whale on the side of Illuminati, trying to find any picks that they can, but they will get canceled out. And it's going to be the Zuka pop by Miner to find any picks on the side, as the penalty will fall. Real points dropping down for Nightmare, but not before Illuminati has something to say about it, trying to get a quick cap on the zone.
That neutral's trying to be held out strong here, but with that Stamper already going down, Nightmare holding a zone again. It is people getting traded left and right. Illuminati's fighting themselves in a disadvantage, and numbers only leaving their Blaster and their Stamper to fend for themselves for a little bit here. And with these Wheels coming out, this base trying to find a pick, trying to follow members of Nightmare out the way, but Nightmare is just continuing to let this play out, let these points go through, just even if they are countered by neutrals here.
I mean, what a great hold Nightmare has had this entire time on this zone. Even though they go players down, they're really able to try to hold it. But as I say that, a little bit of commentator's curse there. Players will fall. The zone will flip over for Illuminati's favor. Cooler is going to be paused by Boopy here. They're going to try to see if they can get any positioning done for their players, as they're going to be coolered up and just trying to rush in here, try to find any players, any picks. Will they be able to find one? No, they will be getting it staggered out and just pretty much toppled over, getting picked off. Nicki Minaj with a great direct, but unable to follow suit with one. But there it is. They find the player, they find the pick, and that's going to be a zone hold. That's a 52 will fall for Nightmare. Penalty points counting down with great control right now. Illuminati needs to try to hold this as Cooler is popped to continue this push.
For sure. Illuminati's now turning the tables here as the Zipcaster finding a pick, only to get picked off once more. And with these specials starting to come out once again, Nightmare just trying to pick off members of Illuminati's, but it's just getting collapsed upon here. Miner trying to take a trade out, not going down without a fight, but Illuminati's just quickly ticking down to this possible lead swap, and just Nightmare taking, oh! Santa just taking 2 out! shields for Nightmare for stopping Illuminati's discount, but leaving it in neutral, it really can be anyone's switch still.
Oh, here's Banana trying to go in and find a pick as they try to hold the zone, but that might have been a little bit overzealous. They got a little bit carried away trying to find a pick when they could have just held the zone, and that's going to be flipping over. Penalty points will be applied. A delayed wipeout for Illuminati, and Nightmare has complete control of the zone as they continue to further that hold for mid and look to see if they can start pushing up and get good positioning on the side of the ramp for Illuminati's base. And as the points tick down with only 10 seconds left to go, here are the players of Nightmare rushing in, collapsing completely on all the players on Illuminati, getting a delayed wipeout. The Booyahs will reign, and game number 1 goes to Nightmare.
Oh my goodness, the incredible hold Nightmare was able to keep all the way down to those 16 points that eventually sealed their victory there, and just to the collapse at the end of the game, just saying, all right, screw it, we're going, you know, we're gonna ball with this, and just collapsing on Illuminati by the end of that. A perfect way to end a match.
Yeah, and that's exactly the win Nightmare was looking for after going, unfortunately, 0-3 against Foams 32 in Winners Finals. They were looking to have something to write off on, and this was it. They did get in some pretty scary situations. Illuminati's pushing it down all the way to 19, but a great hold and a great comeback really secured them that win, especially when they really were able to lock in and play with each other and get those picks. Nightmare did a great job on game 1, and they're looking to continue that into game 2 as we're going to be moving on to Tower Control on Mako Mart.
I'm an absolute fan of Mako Mart. Just again, one of those staple maps in comp, in my opinion at least. And I'm looking at that for both tower and zones here. Forcing the snowball, forcing those lockouts can be really heavy, really, on this map and mode when you think about it, especially just the nature of tower control, really.
Yeah, and it's going to be come down to how long they can hold it. I mean, this is a very snowballing map with tower control. If you're really able to get that solid positioning and just ride after that first checkpoint where the snowball usually always falls through, you can lead to some massive points, if not a complete KO. You have to really hold those choke points, hold on to those stacks, and if you're able to, maybe increase the chance of pinching the enemy team from both sides. But it all comes down to great special coordination, great usage, and just really knowing your enemy team. And we've seen it happen plenty of times during the tournaments. We might see it again here. The bell goes off. These players are ready. Let's head into game number 2. Match point for Nightmare.
Very exciting here as we opening up. I'm curious about any comp changes. The Carbon coming back out from Mickey Minaj, and just about, and that Gal also seeing a comeback here on the side of Nightmare. I am incredibly excited to see that Carbon do its work. As we saw last Mako game with Mickey Minaj's, Carbon is an absolute menace as both of these teams are now meeting in the middle again, and it really is just the waiting game to see who's going to get these first picks, who's going to get that first advantage here on the field.
Yeah, a lot of bombs going out for space, but the cooler will fall with Nightmare first. As now they're going to rush in, get a pick on the Stamper, try to follow it again as the cooler was popped on the side of Illuminati's. It's going to be a great hold here. Can Banana try to get this pick? Yes, they will with a great bomb spot on the 52, using it as a wall against them. Now they are coolered up, so these players are going to come back fast, but Illuminati is looking to play even faster. We see the specials being used. Checkpoint is going to be starting to fall as they just get there. It's a 2-player down situation, though, for Illuminati's, and that's going to be a delayed wipeout as another player has to fall down by jumping out. Nightmare wasting no time to hold underneath that plat, getting another player being the zap right off the Carbon struck on the right stack as Senno's looking to push forward. I don't know if you see the Carbon, but they might have just caught a glimpse of them there, but no, somehow stuck away. It's going to be a lead swap. They found the Carbon and get the pick, and the push is starting to snowball.
This is a snowball of all time indeed. Nightmare just absolutely pushing through, and that kill in midair. Oh my goodness. Just Nightmare is not leaving any opportunities here for Illuminati to get anything major going. Already taking 3 down once more, and even adding onto that with the picks from the Zuka. Ace Tower is rolling with a knockout. Only to add salt to the wound. This is looking like a knockout here, a possible knockout here for Nightmare as the points are reaching 4, 3, 2, 1, knockout! A 0 to 100 push from Nightmare.
Nightmare came with one thing in mind, and that is a big W, and they took it in dominant fashion, getting those great first picks on the first game, pushing that tower all the way to a complete KO. And like I mentioned before this game even started, on Mako Mart Tower, once you get that first checkpoint to fall, and you have solid positioning, which Nightmare wasted 0 time, by the way, to find after getting a delayed wipeout, it was laid to rest. The book is closed and sealed. They completed their run here in loser's bracket and earned themselves the rematch in grand finals, going against Foam 32, who just a bit ago knocked them down here in a 3-0 fashion. Nightmare has seemed to have locked in. They found what they've been looking for, and they're ready for that rematch.
They're out for blood, especially considering the 2-0 victory they pulled throughout this game. Again, absolutely wasting no time. They're ready to get right into it. However, we do have to go into a teeny tiny break right before we move on to our next match. So again, we're in for the rematch of all time, Nightmare versus Foams 32. Do not be going anywhere.
Splatoon Stronghold, a stronghold for competitive Splatoon, providing resources to long-timers and newcomers alike. If you're new to the competitive scene or still figuring out how to join, we have a getting started guide and plenty of other resources to help you in your journey. If you are a seasoned veteran, we still have plenty to offer. You can find and join tournaments as well as participate in our Captain Forum and find free agents and teams. Our mission is to make competitive Splatoon easily accessible to everyone. So what are you waiting for? Join the Splatoon Stronghold today!
We are back from our little short break here. Up next, we have Foams 32 versus Nightmare, the rematch we have all been waiting. I am joined by the amazing Cactus. Come say hello once again.
Hello, hello. We are back. Not just us, but both of these teams. And a Nightmare wants this run back after getting 3-0'd by Foams 32 not too long ago in the finals. They are back for Grands after previously knocking out Illuminati's Burr in the losers finals. They want their revenge, and I know they want it bad. After what a dominant fashion they just had before, they're looking to take this game, this set, and try to bring this fully back to a bracket reset. But of course, we can't get ahead of ourselves. We still have to go through every game like every other set ever. And our first map mode will be Splat Zones on Umami Ruins.
Oh, we are back on Umami, just like we saw last set. And the double zones. Umami is a very interesting one, especially considering the double zone layout we have. It is easy to be caught up in a neutral in this map. So we saw Nightmare have a very dominant hold of this map during our last set. That, you know, they casually won, you know, hee hee haha. But I want to see how Foams 32 is also going to do on this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with Nightmare already pretty much having a great idea how they want to start this off and probably run it through, they're going to look to take it in action. Foams 32 has been sitting pretty well, waiting patiently for the games to start. And here they go. These teams ready to go. We do see a lovely range blaster with the Carbon following by the Blob and a good old Zap. And with Nightmare having their classic double Zuka comp, 52 and Pencil as a follow-up as these teams rush towards the zones.
Right. And we are seeing just an absolute menace of turf. The machine already being the first one to go down. Foams 32 finding that first advantage in numbers as the game starts up here, but not quite finding the zone just yet. There we go. With the Gal being the other one left here, being collapsed upon between two members of Foams 32. It is finding a practical trade there, and just members is going down left and right. Again, Foams 32 is the one with the most turf control as of now, but not any points taken down at the moment.
Yeah, no, I mean, Nightmare's been doing an excellent job at holding this zone as much as they can. There's Senno on top, getting a great pick on one, looking for another. Boopy is going to be here to cover up most of the other side of the zone as the rest of the players of Nightmare look to move forward. This will be a zone cap, and Nightmare will finally start to earn some points as Cooler will be popped. Boopy gets a nice pick on one as Willow follows it by one of their teammates. There is the Carbon on the side, looking to get a pick on one, but is unsuccessful. Players are just diving in, trying to find great picks where they can. Close to another pick here for Boopy, as these players are now getting a great lead swap, finding picks wherever they can. Nightmare turning this, what looked like a dominant game for Foam Stars around very quickly. Foams, not Foam Stars.
I mean, we are thinking a little bit on the PS4, just a wee bit here, but these points are continuing to tick down here for Nightmare in their favor, just not letting Foams 32 have a chance to get in, but with all of the specials starting to come online, but it is still going to be still a numbers advantage here for Nightmare despite all of these specials hitting the field. It's going to take a lot here, and it's going to be practically the last chance Foams get to try and make it into the zone. Not quite finding it just yet with a wipeout in the favor of Nightmare, basically sealing the fate of this game.
Wow, great job by Nightmare. What things look scary at first with the way that players were kind of going in a little bit of a stagger. We did see on the right side zone in the beginning of the game, a couple players like the 52 in the machine were going in by themselves and trying to find those solo picks. But once they were able to really collect themselves and all push in as a unit and get those picks that they needed on the side of Foams 32, they were able to snowball. And what really helped them out was getting rid of a lot of their painter weapons. I mean, having the Blob go down is such a huge advantage you have because that goes a huge number of their chip damage, and the rest will fall suit as you're able to pick them off and pull them away from being a one-unit machine. So Nightmare securing a great KO win for game number 1, looking to continue in game number 2. Foam Stars looking to take a game as we go into Rainmaker on Humpback.
Oh my god, I have my beef with Rainmaker Humpback. Do not even get me started. Again, Rainmaker is one of those modes, where you're never going to have a solo foot. Your lead is never secure. And Humpback only pushes that narrative further, especially with, it's just a map that you know, your feet are truly never on the ground. And with that combination, it can go any way at any point in the match.
Yeah, especially on humpback, where once you get past those elbows, you can really lead things forward depending on the player advantage you have. If you do decide to use specials like Kraken or Vac to push even further, I mean, you can really get down to the single digits for points. Now, will any of these players change their comps for those kind of special advantages? We will have to wait and see. But I know it is on the back of their minds that they're both really aiming to take this game. Again, previously, Foams32 beat Nightmare 3-0. Nightmare has so far taken the first game and really wants to ride that momentum, hoping to take more. As we ready up, the bell goes off, and we're heading into game number 2.
Very excited. I'm expecting to see that carbon once more. Hopefully, yep, there it is. Not a comp change here, and no comp change from either side, keeping it pretty stable here. Don't fix it if it ain't broke. Both of them seeming confident as they both make their way to mid, and it's just a matter of seeing who's getting this first pop here as we start out. Foams32.
Foams32 will get that pop, and they're going to follow it with more aggression. Can they find the first pick? No, they won't. Their carbon will actually go down. Cooler will be popped on the side of Foams32 as players are getting forced into that corner. It is a 2v2 on the field, but players are back sooner on the side of Foams32 since they had that Cooler pop first. Cooler was popped on the side of Nightmare, and their players will jump in to try to get it, but not all will claim it. Players are now being forced back as Foams32 practically takes mid, but not without some players going down in the process of it. Zuka will come out to try to get a pick on the Rainmaker, pretty much forcing it back. More players will try to get pushed away, and the Rainmaker's going to try to make its way closer and closer to this checkpoint.
Yeah, and with a possible dive here coming out from Nightmare, only to get traded out there, this Rainmaker is still holding strong or not. Commentator's Curse Miner finding a lovely pick on them, only to get collapsed upon here by two members of Foam Stars. Only two, you know, we're not going down without anyone else taking someone with them.
Taking them down, they will. Looking for these trades, looking for these openings, trying to get the opportunity they need, especially on the side of Nightmare, looking to get these picks to push the Rainmaker out of that corner. They will probably let it reset, which is a very smart move, and the Zuka will find one and assist with another, but these players on Foams32 were cooler up, so they're back in no time. Here comes Miner getting picked off by the Blob, with a nice combo with the Rain as well. Pop will go to Nightmare, but the player advantage is in favor of Foams32 as they get 3 players down. More are respawning. They're going to hold this corner and get the checkpoint as it falls. Players still staggering, still going down. Pop again for Foams32, and they're looking to push this even further.
Oh yeah, they are trying to make these wave. Carbon taking someone down with them. This Rainmaker still holding out strong, stopping at 43 points. Foam32 finally breaking the mold and taking this first checkpoint here of the game, leaving Nightmare in a much worse spot than what they started. And it really, they do have to clap back with that checkpoint if they want the chance at this lead, leaving Buki to take this back, hopefully to that pedestal.
Oh, we do see Anchor trying to flank on the side, and we'll get a pick on the 52. We do see a Storm coming in to help support that. We'll get that pick, so now they can all focus front. Zuka finds another one, and that's a full wipeout for Nightmare. Nightmare will get this checkpoint very cleanly, and look at this space they're looking to take. No specials online at the very moment, but they will get pop and try to push this further. The machine will go down. Can they find one? They will. They will also find a lead swap of just 2 points. It's a 1v2, Storm versus Anchor. Archer, and Archer will find that pick there. Pop Cooler following it, and with 2 minutes left on the clock, Foams32 now has to try to fight this back to get that lead.
Yeah, and one of their members already going down right off the bat, but only to be taking out another member of Nightmare here. They are making no waste. They are not taking any extra time, and they are moving this Rainmaker forward as quick as they can, trying to catch Nightmare in a bad spot. And between the rain of blast and just everything on the field, it is going to be 3 down on Foams32, being stopped in their tracks before they can push this Rainmaker any further past this checkpoint, and leaving this Carbon to fend for themselves. And Nightmare is now taking all of this mid back, taking all of this space back, really just doing everything they can to maintain this lead that they have.
Yeah, they're trying to hold this Rainmaker back, make sure it resets, but look at the pressure that Foams32 is putting on mid. They're really claiming a lot of this space. Zuka will come on and find one as Storm looks to see if they can come in from the right side and find another, but getting shut out. Pencil will help us. It's another one. That's going to be a complete wipeout as the last player could not get away in time. And here comes the Zuka to follow it up. They're going to see if they can continue this push down to 30. 3v3 on the board. Pop gonna go again in favor of Nightmare as a player flanks from behind. And that's gonna be Archer finding 2. It is just Miner on the machine. A flank from the right side, or sorry, left side will find another. It is just Seno. Can they go in and get this? But no. Bishop with a great direct with the blaster, allowing that Rainmaker to reset. Less than a minute on the clock.
This is going to be intense as we were reaching the last moments of this game, excuse me. And really, it is Nightmare that wasn't content with that 41, pushing this already down to 30. But it is going to be Foams 32 that is going to be trying to meet Nightmare in the foot of their base here. Just not content with 43 either, but with the Zuka coming out and finding a pick here, they are adamant on not letting Foams 32 get far, taking out this Rainmaker and just doing their best in defending their space.
It took me a second to process where this Rainmaker even was. It was, a little bit of a spectator curses there. But thankfully, we do see these players are just rushing in and going down. It is just a machine on the side of Nightmare. Can they get the Rainmaker pop the time and pick it up for Foam 32? They will. Overtime will start, but a quick push or bomb will take out that Rainmaker carrier, and that will be game number 2 for Nightmare.
Nightmare coming in with the momentum of all time, especially from their last couple sets. They are running strong, absolutely not content with the 3-0 that Foams gave them during winners final. They are turning this right around as they are approaching match point on Mako Tower.
Mako Tower, again, a mode and map that we saw just the set prior, Nightmare Snowball. Then take it to a complete KO. And if these games are following suit for Nightmare, just riding this momentum, they could do it again. Foams 32 might have been sitting and waiting just too long and too comfortably for them to be able to take these games. They might have to use these games as warm-ups, and hopefully these two were the wake-up call they needed to start turning this around. Like you mentioned, Fufu, this is game match point for Nightmare. Foams 32 needs to begin the reverse sweep now if they want any chance at winning Squid Junction 60.
For sure, or even then, if this goes into a bracket reset, they could be using this to analyze on top of that, and keep any team that they have. But really, it is anyone's game, anyone's way. But it's going to be Nightmare that is reaching this match point, and I believe they're not going to be any short of trying to push this into a bracket reset and just wanting to take the tournament home. Cause, I mean, look at the score. They are running for it.
Oh, running for it indeed. They worked hard to get this far, and they're not going out any time soon, especially not without a fight. They're not going to make it easy for Foams 32, and they haven't thus far. They're going to make this game 3 just like the first 2. Very difficult. Find those openings, find those pushes, and it all comes down to this. For the chance at a bracket reset, we are heading in to game number 3.
This is going to be very exciting. Still not seeing any comp changes from either teams. Again, the confidence they have in their comps right now is just extraordinary. And I'm just excited to see just how these teams are going to meet in the middle. And just who's going to be that first down. Who's going to be these specials with the bombs coming up, with the blob bubbles flying on the field. It is really we're playing this waiting game once more.
Cooler will be popped on both sides, but it's going to be 2 players going down for Nightmare as Foams 32 looks to try to ride this tower further, but players are not making it easy. The machine will go down. It's going to be a little bit of a stagger here for Nightmare, but they're able to quickly turn that around and knock out some players for Foams 32. Tower is going to potentially fall to this first checkpoint as players kind of shark this ledge and hope to push back more players of Nightmare to ride this tower further. Specials will be popped, space will be taken, but it's going to come out of Nightmare having to try to follow with some aggression and get some nice picks like that one and another one on the carbon to bring this back and head it towards their own first checkpoint.
Yeah, with this number advantage, Nightmare should be able to move in hopefully soon, or not. I'm a liar. Their gal is currently down. Foams 32 is actually the one with the number advantage here, and with this rain on top of that and just the chip that they are overall able to put out, they managed to take out the pencil. 2 actually on top of that, so Foams 32 now using that wake-up call from the last 2 games and just putting the pressure onto Nightmare. Again, trying not to let them have a chance, but that might just be too said earlier. Or not, that is 3 down on Nightmare. We are going back and forth, baby.
Oh, absolutely. These players fighting hard, but notice these back and forths are all in Foam 32's favor. getting these picks as the tower is still on the other side. The snowball they're looking for isn't really happening, and it's not as easy because Nightmare is able to get these picks, trades or not, making it really difficult for them to push past that 56-point mark and get to that second checkpoint. Now, as the carbon is down, Nightmare looks to try to follow this forward towards their own first checkpoint. They're just narrowly there, marking at 87. Zuka will follow suit. A flank from behind from the Zap will get the one on tower, making it pretty difficult for them to try to move forward. Two players will push them. Archer will get one, but goes down to another. 3v3 on the board. Rain is out, and it's Nightmare in the defensive position once again.
For sure, for sure. Foams 32 is just doing everything they can, just not letting Nightmare go anywhere past that first checkpoint. The attempt was definitely there, but Foams 32 just shutting it absolutely down. They've just been great at holding Nightmare back, but that just might turn around here, seeing those two down. I believe they are cooler, so they'll be back to meet them anytime soon here. Meeting them right there on the ledge, but already two down on each side. It really is anyone's picks here, with just bloodshed on the field left and right. Cooler after cooler, pick after pick. There is ink flying everywhere on the field.
Flying everywhere indeed, just like these players having to jump in and get into great positioning. Foam 32 is going to try to take some space. Both these teams are really just in a stalemate of pushing this tower bit by bit. The Blob getting a great pick with one shot, using that range to their advantage. Nightmare still trying to push this tower forward. Zuka will come up to try to find another. They want to try to get a pick on this Blob if they can, because the Blob is supplying a lot of this chip damage. Trying to find the pick, sharking over that ledge, really camping it, making it hard. This checkpoint will finally fall for Nightmare. If they could just stay on the tower, yes they will. Players having to try to fall back, but oh no, a full wipeout on Nightmare is exactly what Foams 32 needed. Now can they capitalize it to try to push this tower towards that second checkpoint?
Hearing the yells of this way, they're definitely going to try to do so. This blaster under the ledge being a perfect position to pick at Nightmare here. Finding two, that is three down on Nightmare. This is a perfect situation for Foam 32. Now getting new points on the board, just going tick down, and off they go. With the pressure from the blaster to the carbon, they are forced to move. Not forced to move back with a perfect direct there. Direct! What is happening?
Bishop is really hitting those direct shots and really popping off here, showing they have what it takes here to stall this out, even if it's just by themselves. Now, that little bit of a snowball they had was not enough. Nightmare was able to really supply those picks, but with such a chip damage comp that Foam 32 runs, it makes it hard for Nightmare to find a way in. I mean, just look at that. That would have been a great trade, and it didn't, and the blaster was able to follow its suit. But hold on, Sano coming in from the side with the flank, trying to take the space, but players are still just in mid, not making it easy for Nightmare to try to push this forward. These players need to find picks. They find two, they find three. Carbon will respawn. It's just the Blob alive, and Seno knows that, and Seno needs to find that pick as soon as they can if the Zuka doesn't.
For sure, for sure. It is intense as we are reaching these last 10 seconds. Foams 32 being adamant on stopping Nightmare in their tracks, and doing so, taking three down, only leaving Storm on the tower, and a wipe out of the favorite Foams 32, marking the end of the game and stopping that match point for Nightmare. Foams 32, game 3, win.
Wow, incredible job there by Foams 32, taking that game, taking what they had to use and learn from the last two losses and putting it into effect. What a great overall round for them that they needed to win to avoid getting bracket resetted. Now, of course, they're still not out of the waters just yet. That is one game. They need to win the next two if they want a chance at avoiding that bracket reset and taking home the entire tournament. Nightmare has now a little bit what they can learn, not only from the previous set where they fought Foams 32, but these 3 games overall. They have to look to see what they could have done differently this game between this time they have to pick before going into zones on Robo Ramen.
That's going to be an interesting one. I'm excited to see, especially since that first game mode here we had was Splat Zones, and we saw the incredible hold Nightmare was able to have in just the zone in general. And I want to see if they're going to be able to bring that forth within this game, or is Foams 32 going to be able to catch that right off the bat and force that win in their favor, especially since we look like we can have a possible reverse sweep from Foams 32, which, what? It's very exciting to think about.
Yeah, I mean, a bracket reset would be insane. It would be that clutch that they needed, especially losing these first 2 games. Everyone loves a good reverse sweep, regardless of who you're rooting for. Seeing one happen live and it going down to the wire makes it so much more entertaining to watch. Now, as these final players will start to ready up themselves, pick their weapons and pick their comps, they're definitely going to need to decide some very great uses and great comps that are going to help them for this map itself on splat zones. I mean, there's a lot of routes you can take from the underneath to across the zone itself, or even, of course, you know, for all we know, double Zuka comes out again and just launches over. But the bell is rung. Speculating is no longer needed. Let's see what these players bring out with Nightmare still at match point. Foam 32 looking to make it even.
Here we go, here we go. Not seeing a single change here from Foams 32. No, we're seeing a bucket instead of a gal, which is going to be very nice to catch on any ledges here. And that is, yeah, not much from change there. Don't fix it if it ain't broke, especially from Foams 32. But the zone is turning mainly yellow right here at the start. A little bit of a cheesy color, but it is going to eventually turn blue, allowing Foams 32 to get that first half of the game here. Of course, it is still the start of the game and no major advantages just yet, so we're not going to see anything major for a split second. Seeing these Zuka come out on the field, and that blob being the first one to go down of the game. Storm still out for blood, trying to take out another member, only to get caught here by the blaster.
Oh, players are just dropping like flies for Foams 32 as Nightmare has complete control of zone, trying to push it more forward towards the plat of Foams 32. Points will tick down. Zuka will find one. Can it find another? No, it won't. Rain will come out by the blob, and more paint output will follow suit. All 4 players are alive on both sides, with Cooler being in advantage of Foams 32 as Nightmare is popping theirs as well, trying to hold. Zuka is going to be popped. The blob will assist with 1. Can they find another? Zap will go down. Shot will go down. But again, everyone is coolered up. They are back as soon as they go down. The zone will flip over for Foams 32. The player advantage is slightly there, and they are reversing that positioning they had, taking now control of Nightmare's ramp.
They are putting Nightmare in a taste of their own medicine, beating them at their base. Again, this blob and these waves, just all the chip damage that is going to be coming off from 32 is going to put Nightmare in a huge pickle, using these strikes to try to find their way, trying to find an opening back to mid, almost capping the zone there. And with the Zuka coming out, just trying to find any picks with numbers practically even, it is still a fight for the zone here. It really is trying to see where this is going to flip.
Oh, that Carbon doing a great job at getting 2 down. It is just the pencil versus the Zap, and the Zap wins the fight. Getting 1, getting another for the jump. Points will keep falling. Lead will get taken. Foams 32 is looking at a reverse take here for this game as we round the last 20 points. Nightmare needs to find an answer, and they need to find it fast.
Yeah, and with this Cooler on top of that for Foams 32, they are quite adamant on trying to take this last minute, but that incredible quick zone flip from Nightmare, applying a 69 nice penalty on Foams 32.
What a great penalty point number indeed. Nightmare now working through their own penalty points here as you're able to thankfully cap that zone. Carbon trying to find a pick on one, but they will drop down to the underneath. Zuka will come out. Can they find a pick with it? They're waiting to see if they can look at any players. They were able to find one, but they cannot find the full pick. Just a little bit of chip damage on the side of it. Cooler is popped for Foams 32. One player is down though, and they have to try to find a way in. Jumps going out to reposition. Players though on Nightmare are holding strong, and they're counting down their real points. If they hold a little bit longer, they could see a zone lead swap, but just as I say that, the cap goes to Foams 32 as Nightmare takes it back, making it not so easy for them to try to get that lead.
It's not over until it's over. Foams 32, incredible quick swap here, and Zuka's being exchanged on the field with a nice 1-for-1 special here on the field. Garmin already trying to make their way back. Again, Foams 32 is pretty adamant on taking the zone from Nightmare, and it's successfully doing so. Carbon pick on the Carbon pick? Question mark? No, not quite. Jumping back to one of their teammates. The zone is doing a flip-flop on sides. We never know who's really in control of zone anymore.
Yeah, no, I mean, with it flipping back repeatedly, but with these strikes following it as well, Nightmare is looking to try to further this a little bit longer. They're getting the necessary picks, but they just have to try to find a hole 2 players going down on Nightmare, and Foam 32 needs to try to find this cap to continually hold those penalty points and force them longer onto Nightmare as we enter the last minute of the game.
This is going to be an incredibly tense last minute, especially both of these teams are not ready to give up any sort of lead here. Nightmare just wanting to push these penalty points out of the way, adamant on just collapsing on Foam 32, and it's definitely doing so. Oh, with just this blob in this corner being forced to jump out. These penalty points are almost up and out of the way. This is a perfect situation for Nightmare, especially with this Zuka up and ready to go. Is it going to find anyone is a bigger question, and this is going to be a point lead swap for Nightmare soon.
Yeah, with only a few more points to go, the strikes to stall it out. Foam 32 has to go in to get one player picked. The Carpet's on the side. Can they find a pick on Storm? And they will, but they have to get the cap. If they don't get it, Nightmare will take this game. 2 points remaining. They're holding and they're fighting. The players are trying to hold. Can they get it? It's a fight in mid. 10 seconds of the match to go. And it will be Foam 32 holding that cap. Player advantage in hand. They have to hold and get these picks if they want any chance at taking this into overtime. But no, it will not happen. And Nightmare will be the only player alive with 1 player up, a wipeout on the board. Nightmare scores the win, and we're going to a bracket reset.
We're ringing the bell. We're ringing the bell. It is a bracket reset. It's a bracket reset. Nightmare clutching up at the end, pushing it down to 2 points and just holding it right there. Oh my goodness. They brought the power, they brought the momentum right at the end. They activated last ditch effort. That's all I gotta say. And I'm excited to see what they're bringing into this reset. It's gonna get good. It's gonna get good.
Good indeed, it will. I mean, just the dominance that Nightmare was able to pull through with that last game. Again, getting in many scary situations. Just that we saw before. I mean, thankfully they were able to not let the reverse sweep that Foam 32 was looking for take place, just following the aggression that they had with even more. And it came down to the wire. Points just narrowly escaping their grasp, but a full wipeout just led them to a victory there, holding that for a nice 3-1 win. Bracket reset as they look on to move things forward.
No, for sure. And it's just nothing short of excitement. As I said earlier, I've been saying this throughout our entire set, but really the more we go on, just the more intense they get. Just looking at the scoreboard from the 3-0 that Foams 32 gave to Nightmare at the beginning of our block and the winner's final, to just how Nightmare was able to just take it back here right before this bracket reset. So I hear the players readying up. It looks like they're ready to move on to this bracket reset. Oh,
that's right, a bracket reset indeed. They are going to look to continue their reign of Nightmare from this losers bracket run into now the grand bracket reset. Foam 32 realizing the challenge up against them, the 3-0 before in winners finals, made things look easy for them, but Nightmare came to change things up and came to play. First map and mode we are going to be going to, looks like each will be zones on Mahi Mahi.
Ooh, Mahi Mahi zones. Low-key my beloved. I kind of like this map. I had beef with it before with how crowded it was, but really, once it becomes playable and a little bit wider, that's gonna be good. And I'm especially keeping my eyes out because we saw a snipe rider before this, which is gonna be nice and handy, especially for something like Mako zones. These are very open maps on the first 3, so I'm my backline brain is happy.
Absolutely, but unfortunately, I was just gonna say, looking at, on our little voices in our heads, it looks like Nightmare was actually able to ban that out, as Foam 32 would also ban Clamblitz on Crab Leg that's further in the set. So we are instead actually going to be going to Clamblitz on Museum. Still a very good map mode combination to see in a map where anything surely can happen, with great points to score those little bit of clams you might need to swap that lead.
For sure, for sure. And this is also a very open map compared to some of the other maps that we saw back here, but seeing not much comp change. Once again, like I said, these comps are practically set in stone, but I still love seeing that bucket from Miner here, especially with the ledge controls you can have once you get down to it, and that is going to be incredibly helpful for Nightmare.
Yeah, and I mean, continuing with that double V shot that they had before, it proved very strong for them. 52 might not have been the answer, but double shot with the double Zuka will helpfully help them out there. Trades will go out on the field as some of these players are now just rushing in, trying to find these picks, but some of them will not be had, at least for the players that they want them to. Moving on forward, players are all up on the field, but the blob will go down for Foam 32, and as well as the Carbon. Now, they will be back because of the cooler. Players are going to be spawning back in. This Zap putting in the work, getting one, but will not get another. Nightmare looking to try to push the plat further of Foam 32.
For sure, for sure. And Nightmare is just adamant on keeping a little bit of edge of Foam 32 that they can, but being ultimately forced out here, especially with this lovely pick from the Carbon here, putting Nightmare a little bit more back, and it's just a bloodshed all around. Whoa, it really is bloodshed. We are on a battlefield. That's what we're on. Whoa, Zuka be upon ye.
Yeah, I mean, Zuka taking out another player there. What a great shot as well. Great jump out with some help from the cooler to jump out really quickly. It's going to be Nightmare still a little bit in control here. Players that are going down, they're taking up this space. More they get these players down, the better for Nightmare it is. But really, it's just a long stalemate. Both these teams, I should say, of players are finding great picks and getting in great positions that they need to. But now hold on, with a little bit of a player advantage for Foam 32, but not really too many clams to the name as they try to form that power. The wave will get two and an assist on another. And this is in Foam 32 favor, and they're looking to make the first score of the game.
The Stars have not quite aligned though, as that ball misses the barrier. Misses the barrier. Nightmare taking full advantage of that and just not allowing Foam 32 to even get near it once more. Unfortunately, that opportunity to score has passed, and Nightmare is still in a defensive position, but is in a better state than what they could have been 2 seconds ago.
Wow, just when you think the first score is going to be on the board, it ends in, unfortunately, being too far away from the basket. But with the power clam still online because the clams were all over on this map, it is a 3v3, now a 3v2, still, again, in Foam Stars' favor, and Nightmare has to try to play a longer defense to stop Foam 32 from trying to get in close enough to score.
For sure, for sure. And this power ball is now back in their favor, and the opportunity seems to be a lot more risky as they are stepping back and just trying to preserve this ball and trying to preserve their teammates coming back in and trying to set up for another push here. This Blob just making the space. We love to see it. Blob's spacing is incredible, but Nightmare is starting to crack down on them, already taking out their Carbon, and these strikes coming out on top of that. And look at Storm just coming in out for blood. Almost chasing down one of the members of Foams 32.
Yeah, I mean, if there was any game that was going to go into possibly an overtime first score, it's going to be this one. Players are just constantly trading back and forth, finding good openings, but hold on, is Nightmare going to be able to finally get in and get the first score? And yes, they will, using the spitter to their advantage, scoring not one, but two power clams and an endless supply of more clams, 42 points, all the way down, it's now to 36. The shot will come in from the block potentially and score more, but no, they will get caught out and try to take the long way around. This push is now going to be stopped. It is halted. Nightmare just has to hold mid and set as we go into towards the last minute of the game, with now Foam 32 needing to score at least 3 power clams and some change if they want this lead swap.
No, for sure, for sure. 36 is an incredible push here from Nightmare, especially with just how little time there is left. Foams 32 has to gather their resources, has to gather all of these clams to make a final push if possible, but Nightmare is absolutely crushing with 3 down! Wait, is it going to be 4? That is almost a trade up, practically. I mean, that is a delayed wipe for Foams 32. Nightmare putting this ball back in the barrier and just probably gonna just try to hold this as long as they can, just get any more points they can on the board, as Foams 32 has now taken 2 of them out and is preparing to just counter push this.
Yeah, I mean, that's a huge lead. 70 points on the board, 30 points remaining, 30 seconds left on the clock. And just these players of Nightmare are just going in and getting the picks. And even if they don't get just one, at least they're trading it off, which is exactly what they need. Stalling out, having all player advantage for Foam 32, which really stalls this game out and makes it easier. As we enter now the last 10 seconds, this is it. This is Foam 32 last chance to try to go in and score. But 3 players down, just the Zap alive, and they go down as well. This might be game.
This looks like it might just be with just that ball and that blob. Not quite. No, they do have it. They do have it, but that is 2 down on Foams 32 and 2 down on Nightmare as well. But that disadvantageous position is definitely on Foams 32 with them just trying to make what they can with the ball and not quite making it there in time. The first game going to Nightmare.
Wow, a game that felt like it was going to be a full 5-minute plus overtime stall turns into an excellent win for Nightmare, running on in, scoring so many clams and 2 fantastic pushes, and just completely shutting out Foams 32. Game number 1 going to Nightmare, and game number 2 of Tower Shipshape looking to continue that run and make it again, unless Foams 32 can switch things up and take another.
Yeah, no, Nightmare is in an absolute roll. Just again, I think the momentum they've had, especially from losers to all the way to now, even taking it to a bracket reset and then taking the first game of said reset, they are running on some crazy momentum. And we have seen in these last games that they are incredibly strong on tower, forcing knockouts whenever they can. But compared to the last ones, we are seeing a different map on the field. Shipshape.
Yeah, different from the maps that we've been seeing so far. I mean, we've seen Tower on Mako Mart. We've seen Tower on, I believe earlier it was Hagglefish. So seeing Tower on finally a new map, it feels like, of being Shipshape leads for a lot more creativity and a lot more for us to talk about, especially with the different routes that you can go through, the different positioning you can use, and just so many great points with what these weapons that they've been playing can do. Both these teams probably will keep the same comms, but what they can do with these weapons, like the Slosher, like the Carbon, like the Blaster, and even the Blob. I mean, just this is really an area of effect map with all the ledges that this tower goes through.
All of these players are about to have the trip of all time here, especially, like you said, their comps, which, again, I don't think are changing. As we've seen, they're pretty set in stone, if anything. If anything, 1 or 2 changes in weapons, but that's just about it. And as you said, these ledges on this map, they exist all right, and it's going to be incredibly fun, and even a playground even for a lot of these players.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is going to be the best or worst day for some of these players as we load right on in. Here they come. Game number 2. Nightmare looking to continue this for game number 2. Foamstars looking to halt it in the tracks and bring it back and forth as we see similar comps, but the Vanilla Machine changing up for the Slosher on the side of Nightmare.
That Booyah Bomb is going to be incredibly helpful on just stopping the tower in general, being able to halt the opposing team whenever necessary, whenever that becomes active. But as both teams are meeting in the middle, we are seeing the usual, the bubbles flying across the screen, the bubbles as we are waiting for the Suka to, oh, and Suka finding a lovely double! Oh, that is an incredible opening here, and just when Nightmare needs to get this ball rolling, already attempting to collapse on the rest of them, but unfortunately being caught by that Blobber. Oh, it was actually the Carbon. Whoa, we're changing hands here. Murder. And the Carbon collapsing on the pencil on top of that. It is Foams 32 that is actually going to turn this right back around on Nightmare, giving them a taste of their own medicine with a lovely double already.
Yeah, these players of Foams 32 really turned this quickly around as Nightmare was preparing for a push, but shutting it out, just being readily and available. And this is starting to look like a nice little snowball for Foams 32, but Nightmare will pop the Booyah to thaw out a little bit more, getting one and effectively a trade-off in players as the rest of the members of Foams 32 look to hold positioning here in mid, hopefully try to stall this tower out bit by bit. Zuka will come out, and that will have a cooler for Nightmare, but a great pick by the Blob will continue this push forward for Foams 32 as they make their way towards the second and final checkpoint.
Foams 32 is definitely coming in with some oomph, has seen these points already on the field, but Nightmare is not quite willing to let them reach that last checkpoint there, stopping them in their tracks, putting 2 down on the field. They are preparing to come out of defense and into this neutral state here, but Foams 32 already returning, meeting Nightmare and taking their bucket out on the spot.
Wow, amazing job here by Nightmare stalling it forward, but no, unfortunately, it's not enough. Pick after pick. That's going to be another one down. The Blaster getting a solid double forward direct that's following its suit. Can they find a third? They will trade off with the Carbon. Blaster in a great position. Last checkpoint will fall. Foams 32, 8 points away and counting as they are about to take this game. Yes, they will. Foams 32 ties the score in the bracket reset 1-1.
My jaw has been dropped with that blaster. I have to mention it now because I saw it direct in the face and I had to drop my jaw. Oh my god. That is a knockout here in the favor of Foams 32 with an incredible ending picks there, taking it home. As you said, evening the score. Holy crap, that was hype.
Oh man, that was just a quick, dare I say, annihilation there by Foams 32. Complete 100-0 KO. Nightmare not able to get one tower point on the board. Just completely switching things around from what we've been seeing by Foams 32. So tying things up here, this is exactly what they needed. This is really either team's game for this set.
No, it really is, and both of these teams are showing their strengths. As you said, the numbers are even, and from the points that Nightmare was able to make in the first game to just Foams 32 taking it back and dominating on a mode that Nightmare was supposedly dominating beforehand is an incredible show of strength as we are returning back to the unstable mode of Rainmaker.
Oh, Rainmaker on Undertow, I believe correctly, that a classic that we've seen, and also just the potential for a very short push for victory or a very long push for victory. Both these teams be pretty evenly matched, at least when it comes to this grand final set. So it's really anyone's game. One solid push can make or break this entire game and give that next team the opportunity for that match point.
And really, it's just tense all around the board. I feel like both of these teams are just sprawling with adrenaline, especially with something so clutch as a bracket reset. There is no longer any room for mistake for either of these teams, especially when the crown is on the line. As we move on to Rainmaker Undertow.
We are not seeing any comp switches come out from at least Foam 32, but we are going to see two weapons change out for Nightmare. We're going to see the 52 and the Neo Machine come out, opting for the use of Wall and Whale, as well as keeping that double Zuka, because you can't go wrong with that. Another trade will go, first trade will go down. 3 will go down on the side of Foam 32, though, following that trade. It's going to be Nightmare in a player advantage, and they're going to start pushing this tower forward as the cooler is popped. Sorry, not tower, Rainmaker.
We're playing a little bit of tower with the Rainmaker back here as they are still rapidly approaching this the checkpoint, still opting to push it forward. The path is pink, so might as well go forward with it, but that blast is going to put an immediate stop to it, only to get caught by the 52. It is an effective halt on the push that they had beforehand, just not allowing them to get any sort of checkpoint, at least not yet.
Oh, but the 52 flanking around, making things very difficult as they try to get this Rainmaker pushed forward, but the players aren't even really pushing that Rainmaker yet because they can't find good positioning to move things forward. They're too busy in other fights, and that flank might have just been a little bit too soon. Foam 32 is going to look to get that Rainmaker to reset as cooler will be popped. They're looking to take some mid space if Nightmare can be pushed back at all, as they have a good stance in mid as well, but that Rainmaker pop will help a lot. Getting one nice little double with a close-up at the half of the direct. Can they find another? No. Another assist will go on the board, but Cooler will bring them back in no time.
But it's going to be Foams 32 that is rapidly approaching that checkpoint, or not being stopped by Storm here. Storm absolutely just trying to hold out, is taking someone with them. If you're going to go down, you're taking someone with you. Let's be so for real here on the field. It is a battlefield of all time, but Nightmare now turning the field pink is ready to make their counter push and attempt to try and take the checkpoint. It really isn't matter who is getting to checkpoint first, because that checkpoint is what's going to get this ball rolling here. Attempting to grab these jumps, not quite, as the members of Foams is starting to meet Nightmare here.
Yeah, I mean, wow, look at the scoreboard, 85-85. Nightmare just needs to push it 1 point closer just to get that lead. But Foams 32 is not making it easy. They will get a pick on Miner. Rainmaker will somehow not get that pick. They will just barely scathe away. The Zap is fighting so hard to keep them pushed back, as long as the rest of the players on Foams 32. 52 will come back, try to push this down. Rainmaker will finally get the pick on one. Can they move forward for a lead? Yes, they will. Can they get the checkpoint to follow suit? Yes, they will. Nightmare now in the lead, and with some great positioning, this could be a whole lot more.
For sure, for sure. They are quite literally just holding Foams 32 in their base as long as can. This Rainmaker is trying to make some moves here, using the momentum to try and push themselves further to that point, which is incredibly smart, but it's going to be Nightmare that is only left with 1 up right now, and that is practically a delayed wipe in the favor of Foams 32. Now, they have a lot of points that they have to get through, going from 23, and a checkpoint they still need to get past. They have a lot of work to do, and already finding a lovely pick on that pencil. It's just, it really is just how much they're gonna put forward here.
Yeah, moving things forward more, you will see now Foam 32 looking to push things on their end, but not if the 52 has anything to say about that. Getting one going down, though. Blaster will get picked off with some help from teammates. It is now a 3-down situation as the Zap will have to jump in. The Blob doing a great job on holding for themselves because they have a lot of great paint output. All of their players jumping in, holding those jumps. Cooler is activated for Nightmare as the 52 tries to rush in and get some picks. They will get one. They know they're there. Can they find another? Rainmaker is popped, so they might opt to let it reset. Positioning is everything here as this Blob looks to help fight this pop, and they will. Pop might go to Foam 32, and Nightmare has to fight for more defense.
For sure, for sure. Nightmare is pretty adamant on holding this lead, not allowing Foam 32 to get any sort of major space here, as we are seeing, as they already took 2 of them down. Right off the bat, this Gal pretty hungry for blood, dropping this whale on top of that. Look at that! It is a dance with death here, as these whales don't quite finish off the prey that they were looking for in this Nightmare. But this Rainmaker holding nice and steady in middle. Nightmare is just absolutely holding the space as much as they can. Foams 32 isn't quite able to get any major pushes just yet, but that might just change as they have 2 down on Nightmare and have a hold of the Rainmaker once more. Or not.
Oh, but yeah, grab that. Say a great pickoff will hold it down. The Zap will go for the pop, and there is some space taken. I love how aggressive the 52 Seno is being, or Seno, and they are just going in, getting picks left and right, and creating the opportunities for their team. The wall allows them to be really aggressive and get those picks. Rainmaker will reset. 10 seconds left on the board. Foam 32 gets the pop, but they gotta have to pick up soon. And with Zuka online, it's a GG. Zuka, if ready, unless Seno can get in, they won't get in. Zuka is popped, but another Zuka online. Pencil trying to fight for it, and that will be a Zuka. Ending that game. Foam 32 now down 1-2. Nightmare at match point.
Nightmare just on the edge of victory here. They put that Zuka to the face of the Rainmaker right there at the end of the game. Again, none of these teams are quite willing to let go of the possible victory at hand. Nightmare now having this advantageous match point in front of them as they are moving on to Mako Tower, which we have seen to be incredibly strong for Nightmare.
Yeah, Nightmare doing a fantastic job this entire set. This and the slight one before for Grands. I mean, they've really been kicking up their game. They took that 3-0 from Foam 32 to heart, and they're showing what they're made of, locking it in, as I've said before, securing wins when they need them. All they have to do now is continue to ride this momentum as we move to tower control on Mako Mart.
Oh, I love Mako, my beloved. I know we've been seeing it throughout, but just nothing but love for this map. And just, again, everyone's about to have a trip. I'm assuming we're seeing that bucket again, because there's no way we're going to have Mako without a bucket. Both of these buckets are probably having the time of their lives with the ledge control they're able to have. Oh my god, I'm excited. It's just anyone's game. I'm like full of like fireflies, I guess. Something.
Fireflies, butterflies, just excitement all around. I mean, this is, like you said, anyone's game. This could be the opt for a complete win for Nightmare taking this tournament, or Foam 32 could force a game 5. No change from Foam 32. Nightmare, no change either, except for no change at all. As continuing with the same comp from the last game. Both teams now rushing through mid. Who will crown this game?
Put your hands up. This is about to get hype, as we are seeing already a left flank here from Nightmare, catching already on the alley of Foam 32, playing the distraction game of all time and already evening the numbers on each side, but that is going to turn around really quickly with a Nightmare having a wipeout. and Storm just the only one sitting on the tower, the lone survivor, which is perfect jump point for the rest of their teammates, as Foams 32 is now forced in a defensive position against Nightmare. This is a perfect opening for Nightmare right now.
Absolutely, they're able to get a little bit of points on the board and trying to ride this momentum forward, but they can't seem to continue. Once again, Seno on the 52, just really being annoying and being very ratty is exactly what they need. This blob can't focus forward. They have to keep getting distracted, but get a beautiful pick there after locating them, but the Zuka will follow that up and trade that off. This is going to be a checkpoint call for Nightmare, using their specials to really hold this space. If I'm looking at this from how it's looking so far, this could be a steamroll if they're able to hold their positioning.
For sure, and we have seen that throughout our last games with Nightmare here. Foams 32 already being collapsed upon by members of Nightmare, leaving this blob to just fend for themselves there with one of the other teammates. But they are trying to make a comeback right now, but Nightmare is adamant on keeping this tower moving or not. Foams 32 finally pushing them out, but Nightmare is already ready to meet them back at middle and taking two of them down right off the bat.
What a huge push, and they're continuing to hold the space. Cooler is popped to help any bit that they need, and they're going to use all of it to make sure this tower never reaches past that 94 point for Foam 32. Nice little touch direct on one, follow with another, but they not follow up with a nice double. Archer pops Cooler and looks to follow suit on the left side, help get a pick on one. Can they find it? Yes, they will. Trades going down in a mid. Foam 32 looking for this opening to start riding this tower forward, but with constant trades going down, they really can't find a solid opening without risking more players going down.
For sure, Foams 32 is in a very much in a pickle right now, especially with this aggression from Nightmare, having confidence of gods. They have 3 down on Foams 32 already. This push is on its way, as seen the similar song and dance we saw in the beginning of the game once more. But Foams 32 is just trying their best just to catch Nightmare off. And doing so, they do take 3 down, mind you.
Absolutely, 3 players down. That's the type of player advantage they want, but once again, these players on Nightmare are all over the place. This blob, I feel like, is fighting anxiety, trying to figure out where these players are, because you see them for a second, they're gone the next, and having to waste so much of that space and time trying to locate them. That's exactly what Nightmare's been doing. That's exactly what is working. When they're able to really go in and distract, especially that blob player, so they can't put that much paint on the ground all over the map, it really makes it harder for the rest of the players to move in. Players are going to keep going down here. They are going to see it. The Carbon Shark in this ledge trying to find another pick on one. Again, opening this for the first checkpoint to fall, fully for Foams 32.
Yeah, the tides have finally turned around just a bit in the favor of Foams 32. Finally, they are released a bit from the Nightmare, or not. That is 2 down on Foams 32. Nightmare, casting Nightmare once more, is already catching Foams 32 off of the tower.
Yeah, I mean, look at these picks are just going in, collapsing on everyone here. Nightmare finds a great way to get these players out, stop this push. Unfortunately, Blob, once again, though, does what Blob does best and finds those random picks just sloshing everywhere in great geometrical fashion, being able to push, put a stop to anything Nightmare is trying to plan, and which is stop their push. I mean, look at these picks constantly falling through for this Blob player. Foam 32 doing a great job at holding, but again, with less than a minute left, they have to try to use it into pushing forward aggression and momentum, because right now, they don't have lead, they have a whole checkpoint to go. They're really in desperation here in needing to get these picks.
But the opportunity might just have arisen, especially considering Mo's down on Nightmare already. All they have to do is deal with this flank with, which they're going to be caught on here. This is an extended fight, if anything. We got the extended version of the song here on the field, but Foams 32 still has to take this tower, still has to get past this 56 and all the way down to 13 if they want to win this game. Nightmare is on the edge of a win, and they are trying their best to hold it.
What they will try their best to do. Wave will get popped. 3v3 on the board. Zuka will come out. The Blaster will get a nice direct on the pencil. We'll try to follow it up on the shot. Or sorry, the 52, as the shot is already down. This is going to be the second checkpoint falling down. The machine has a great hold, but Archer's coming in clutch from the side. Zuka from the alternative angle. Can they get the pick? They will. They have to try to rush the Rainmaker. They follow it with one more pick. They just have to touch the tower. Wipeout it is. Nightmare secures the win. And Nightmare is your Squid Junction Junction 60 champion.
They pulled it through from the bloodshed on the tower. We're just taking it back from loser's bracket. Nightmare taking it home. A perfect crown for the royalties.
Wow, what an amazing set. Right at the end, overtime looked inevitable for Foams 32. They had such great positioning and aggression, but just great special usage and positioning by Nightmare put everything to a halt. A complete wipeout as they were able to pick off one by one, touching that tower. 3-1, not only for the bracket reset, for a complete win. Congratulations to Nightmare for securing an amazing win.
They played it out absolutely wonderfully. An amazing job as well from Foams 32 for making it this far as well, having a nice second place, but Nightmare is going to be enjoying a lovely Sendo badge as well here for being the winners of Squid Junction 60.
With that being said, your champions are crowned, and that is going to do it for us here over at Squid Junction 60 on Dapple Productions. I want to give a huge thank you to all of the staff that have done an amazing job hosting this tournament. And Fufu, where can the amazing players here find you?
The players can find me at @SplatFufu on Twitter.com. You know, we do a little bit of art, we do a little back night shenanigans, and of course we do a little bit of commentary shenanigans. Where can the lovely, amazing people find you, Cactus?
They can find me over on Twitter, YouTube, and Blue Sky at Glitch Cactus, and you can catch me on my own Twitch streams at Glitch Cactus 1. That's gonna wrap it up for us here. Thank you all so much for coming out for Squid Junction 60, and we'll see you in the next tournament.
Bye bye.